television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by BusinessDay Television.
For many years, we've talked about the need to, essentially diversify our revenue stream away from, the huge dependence on oil revenues. It looks like that is happening now. So that means that we're better protected when, you have these wide fluctuations in oil prices and all of that. So
but as you say, and I agree, that we should commend the government. At least revenues are not falling. There have been times in the past when we recorded drops in revenue. That's not the case today. We're seeing revenues actually going up.
Increasingly, we can see the developed countries focusing on renewable energy and so on and so forth, which means that in the long run, we must look for alternative sources to funding.
So the government says that crude oil theft has essentially come to an end.
We need to do more to ensure that we totally eliminate crude oil theft and start to think of how to boost production. But it's a good first step. By eliminating crude oil theft, it also creates an incentive for international oil companies to probably return and, start to take up more projects in the upstream industries.
Stay ahead with BusinessDay Mobile, your gateway to Nigeria's most trusted business news, market insights, and expert analysis. With the BusinessDay Mobile app, you enjoy more than just news. You gain a seamless, intuitive platform designed to keep you informed and empowered. From exclusive articles to in-depth market trends, the app delivers the stories that matter most. Why BusinessDay Mobile? For premium access, for a clean, responsive design, for a smarter navigation, for customizable alerts, and for all-in-one business hub. Whether you're a business leader, investor, policymaker, or enthusiast, BusinessDay Mobile brings you closer to the insights shaping Nigeria's business landscape. Download today and put authoritative business journalism right at your fingertips, anytime, anywhere.
Information is everywhere, but insights, that is rare. BusinessDay Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. BusinessDay Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond. From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture. Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
You've tuned into the breakfast show right here on Business Day Television. It's a lovely, lovely Tuesday morning, and we have enough pack to keep you going. Thank you for joining us. My name is Elizabeth Musa.
Of course, Onyeka Valentine is my name. A lot is well put in place for you to enjoy this morning. Elizabeth, what do we have?
We have a lot. So just before we came on air, I was talking to you about something offline and how people's lives can turn around.
Most definitely.
One day.
Speaking of Asha Kine.
But that's not what we have on the headlines this
great.
morning. On the headlines this morning, Nigerian stock market crosses 197,000 threshold for the first time ever. Dangote refinery increases petrol price again to 1,175 naira. Zamfara government announces defection from PDP to APC. Zamfara governor. The US-Iran war is the biggest oil supply disruption in history. Well, those are some of our headlines this morning on the Business Day Television Breakfast Show. Up next is our newspaper review. But before we go on our newspaper review, I'm guessing you might want to speak on one of the headlines.
Most definitely. What's happening globally is obviously affecting us here locally. And there's no other story I want to pinpoint other than the one of the US-Israel-Iran war. I mean, it's no news that if the global market, especially those in the Middle East, if they sneeze, will catch a cold. And right now, for those of us who, have to go queue in filling stations and look at the meter and not believe what we're seeing, I'm sure people back home will agree with me that this war, for those who started it, the US, I'll call them by name, the US and Israel, they are the ones who started the war. They were hoping it was going to end in 48 hours or 2 days or very quickly, but it's proven to be the reverse. And the longer it lasts, obviously, the more we'll see most countries who depend on the Straits of Hormuz for their oil, right? Most countries who depend on that same Strait of Hormuz for a lot of deliverables and, ships and call it all that. We will see them have issues. Will it affect global economy? Most definitely will. 30% of the world's oil goes through that corridor. And Iran is telling you, no, it's not going to happen. And the US is not making any better. They're still bombing the ships, bombing Iran's, naval, fleet and all that stuff. But Iran is telling you, look, for what it is, they're not afraid. They're willing to sustain this war for another 6 months to 1 year. This is what the president is saying. Meaning to say, they already started planning. They knew this was going to happen. So they were planning for this more than 25 years ago. This is what the foreign minister said. He said, look, Iran is not Iraq. It's not any other country, Afghanistan, that they knew this was going to happen someday. So they were preparing for it. And so killing their supreme leader, right? Yes, it will hurt them. But that will not stop the regime. And of course, if you look at it, US, that's Donald Trump, was banking on it, saying, we will take out the key figures, take out the leadership, and then look at maybe a scenario where the Iranians will take the bull by the horn and then put who they want to put there. But he was just wrong. The reverse has happened. You have only given them more reason to be far more dogged. Do you know the person who now has succeeded the assassinated supreme leader, his son? Now this is the thing now. His son, in that strike, lost his father, who obviously Ali Khamenei, lost his mother, lost his wife, lost his son. Right. So no better motivation than that can you ever want to spell out. The truth of the matter is the guy is so motivated. We don't know how it's going to turn out, but look, will the war end anytime soon? I don't think so. I don't think Iran has surrender in their pack of cards. Nope. They've been planning for this. what does this now mean for business globally? What does it now mean for African countries? Even those who are oil producing countries like Nigeria. We already know that we're 200 million Nigerians strong, even growing. The oil we pull out of the land, of our land, can we, or I put this, do we, run it through very quickly into fuel, right? Process it to fuel, and of course, make sure that diesel can come out of other things quick enough to meet up the demand? No. So we have to actually depend on some other foreign, imports. And all that obviously is being affected by the war going on. So moving forward, if this war continues, we just hope for what it is that it will not affect other areas like, food, like I did say before, healthcare, because when transportation is affected, every other aspect, it looks as if it's a down the hill kind of issue. Like a pack of cards. You hit one card, the remaining one flows. It's called the domino effect. We might see this moving forward. But the biggest fear is, were we prepared for this? I'm shocked that all that while the war was steaming up, was about to, Donald Trump was issuing warning to Iran. I was hoping our government would prepare for all these things. To say, can we increase our production of what's called?
That's the thing with our government. They hardly prepared. They were always being caught unawares. Always acting like, even when we get the insight, we're always acting like we don't have foresight. Like we need a government with more foresight, and not just foresight, then proactiveness. A government that is proactive.
You just hit the nail on the head. Proactive government who will say, look, we have seen the numbers. We've seen the trajectory. We cannot wait until we are knocked off our feet or we are punched from the blind side of our eye. Let us begin to put things in place to say, look, the good enough, we have oil. Any issue that happens globally when it comes to oil can be in our favor. Can we plan properly? But no, they're busy focusing on 2027 election. Will anyone come and vote if the country and the economy is not running properly? Of course, nobody wants to come and vote. People are hungry. And so you now see where stomach infrastructure will now be a weapon. What I mean to say is, those who will say, look, I'm hungry, why should I go and vote for who I want when I can go and vote for who I don't want and collect rice, like that young lady of yesterday, right? And so we'll see these things moving forward. Unfortunately, we're working so hard to suppress voters' apathy so that people can be encouraged to come vote. But when you now see people are hungry because of the economy, what do you expect? So I was hoping that, look, for what it is, our petroleum minister, right, working hand in hand with the president and say, look, Oga, this thing is going to affect us. Since we are not producing 100% what we consume, we are depending, right, on foreign imports also. Can we begin to work on this thing? Use like the next 1 or 2 months. Don't wait until the whole thing begins to collapse. Other countries did it. They started looking for other ways to mitigate the issue, to stand in an event where it happens. And now we are faced with it. Strait of Hormuz is being threatened. The only countries, obviously, who are allowed to have their ships pass through, of course, China, who is a strong ally of Iran. And, of course, you have Russia also, strong ally of Iran. Russia and China are real-time sharing information with Iran, right? So that they can be able to pinpoint the locations of the U.S. Ships, what the U.S. is doing, how they are moving. Of course, if they have such help from China, no one is impregnable. So this war will last a long time. Hopefully, not bad enough for us to now, not long enough for us to now be knocked off our feet and our economy now tank. And every other economy that depends on that Strait of Hormuz. Meanwhile, there's something that we don't even know. Is that experts have said Donald Trump right now is faced with 3 options. Option number 1, put boots on ground, right? And then be faced with the harsh terrain of Iran, topographical, landmass, which obviously they will not succeed with that. Secondly, the second option is 1, to say, for what it is, retreat. Donald Trump is a man of ego. He wouldn't want to retreat and then let that be added to his name to say he is the 47th president that retreated and couldn't defeat Iran. And then the third option, which is going to be a big blow if it ever happens, which is to drop a nuclear bomb in Iran. If he does that, the whole world will now come for him saying, you are not doing practicing what you preach. And of course, it will now make other countries want to go acquire nuclear weapons. So we'll now enter a nuclear warfare
Yeah.
China has nuclear weapons. Don't forget, you nuke Iran, China's oil and gas reduces. They depend 80% on Iran. Let's see how it goes.
Well, let's see how that goes. Having said that, we'll take a quick break and be back to see what we have on the front page of the papers this morning. Don't go anywhere.
Entrepreneurship is for everybody, but not everybody is for entrepreneurship.
They are the dreamers.
I remember it was like 3 a.m. by 21st of December 2021.
The disruptors.
Life is not affordable, let's be real.
The doers.
BusinessDay Academy has trained over 3,000 event professionals.
In a place where the odds don't play fair, they play harder.
I would like my business to be remembered as one of the homegrown organizations that has helped with shaping the narrative of this continent positively.
From first-time founders to industry giants, this is where serious business meets unexpected turns.
I could stay up hours of the night just watching things about space.
Welcome to Entrepreneurs Lounge with Norma, where we unravel the buzz and glamorous headshots to bring you the untold.
When I went for youth service, where I was sent to, instead of me to go to work, I went to go and learn how to sew.
Raw.
I'm blown away by the challenges they're facing.
And real stories of Nigeria's fearless young entrepreneurs.
And not only yes.
Watch Entrepreneurs Lounge with Norma every Tuesday on BusinessDay television.
Welcome back. You're still watching the Business Day television breakfast show, and this is the newspaper review segment of the show. We start off always on the national dailies, but we start off from home. Start off with the Business Day paper this morning, still on rising fuel prices. That's the big story on the front spread of the Business Day newspaper this morning. It says rising fuel prices reignite inflation nightmare. Price could hit 2,000 Naira per litre. This is from retail owners. Dangote approves 20 marketers for loading. Look, we need a lot of proactiveness right now, because look, we can't be buying fuel when we've not even fed. Already at the prices we're buying fuel, it's already crazy.
Someone said to me, Val, there will be a time when we'll buy fuel at a cost that you would end up telling yourself, just sell your vehicle and forget about it. But then again, you need your vehicle, especially very soon that the rains might start coming in. And then even if you have your vehicle is an 8-cylinder vehicle, those who drive at home, they understand drivers, 8-cylinder vehicle or a 6-cylinder vehicle or even an 8-cylinder vehicle, once you're caught up in traffic, you are still burning that fuel. And at 1,300 Naira per litre, I'm forced to now say that, wait a minute. So this is actually true, that Fela was actually, a prophet. Let's be honest. In the 90s, when Fela kept on saying that there will be a time that the cost of fuel will obviously supersede a bottle of beer or supersede, things that ordinarily you might want to compare, but you never believed to happen, He knew what he was talking about. And now we are faced with something that probably if he was alive, he would like, this is not possible. 1,300 per litre. Again, is this an artificial price? I would say it is. But we are forced to accept it because this is what we're faced with. But the question I keep asking myself is, we are an oil-producing nation, right? Can we, for once, tell ourselves the truth? This war going on in the Middle East is not stopping us from producing oil. Rather, either is it stopping us from, refining oil and getting, byproducts from it, right? The war is not happening here in Nigeria. So why are people seizing the opportunity to frustrate Nigerians? Which brings me back to one thing, which is the fact, which means that even the amount of oil wells we have in our nation, please correct me if I'm wrong, even with the level of, refining going on with Dangote and other modular refineries, it has now dawned on me that it's not even enough. Because if it was enough, this price will not even make any sense. Right? We are an oil producing nation. Other countries that buy crude oil, they are able to put in place some proper measures so that their population and their citizens will not suffer. In our own case, it's the reverse. We have the oil. We have the refineries. Why are we frustrating ourselves? Which means that the devil doesn't live in hell at all. The devil lives in Nigeria. That's what it means. Because 1,300 naira per liter, it's not explainable. Like I said before, unless if you look at it, because maybe we're still importing crude oil, which we should not be importing crude oil. That's my point. Right? If we have crude oil here, so we're exporting, right? We're making money. Now that the Strait of Hormuz is threatened, it's an opportunity for us to make more money. So why are we suffering? These are questions that people back home want to ask, and obviously, as they hopefully that we're asking the questions for them and they're getting the right answers. If our president is watching, hopefully he gets to watch this. The question is, we knew this war was going to happen eventually because Donald Trump kept on threatening Iran. Why didn't we put things on ground to prevent this huge cost? Now Nigerians will suffer. Cost of food will go high. Elizabeth, I can't afford to now call you and say, Elizabeth, I'm coming to your house to eat lunch. And you tell me, no, sorry, Valentine, there's no lunch. I say, why? I say, cost of food has gone. We have to find the funny side to this thing. But the reality is, it's hitting home. You can't have any of your family or friends to now, I just stopped by to come and say hello to you. No,
nothing like that.
Nothing like that.
Nothing like that.
We have to now behave like those in the UK. Before you come, you first come like 2-3 weeks before. And I tell you, I would think about it. But again, that now discourages the idea of social activity. The reason why I love Nigeria as a country, you can just simply see one of your friends you haven't seen in a long time. How are you? How are you doing in traffic? Let me park my vehicle and join. Let's go and have lunch. Things just happen spontaneously because we have that culture and tradition of reaching out to your loved ones, always, know how they're doing. Come to the house unannounced, they won't chase you away because culture demands that, you welcome them well. And then, exactly.
We like to receive people.
You know what I'm saying. Nigerians are just
people.
We are homely people. We're very hospitable people. But with 1,300 naira per liter, let's see how that hospitality will
And to worsen it, that it might even hit 2,000.
There we go.
Look. Well, let's move on now to other stories on the front page of the papers. On page 31 of the papers this morning, it says, only 9 states pass Nigeria's fiscal transparency budget. And on page 30, in the world of, I was going to say the world of Boko Haram, but terrorism and insecurity has become a thing in Nigeria. It says, Boko Haram, Tinubu, northern governors dancing to terrorists' drum rhythm. And on page 31 of the papers, it says, surging accidents expose Nigeria's personal insurance protection gap. We all knew this. I think, for what it's worth, we are still very much behind when it comes to insurance education and insurance adoption in Nigeria. And as much as possible, I believe that the insurance companies need to do more. They need to step up. They have these conversations every now and then, but I'm yet to see them actually really step up and take this really seriously. They're taking it seriously, but maybe not, the approach they're using is not the best. But there needs to be more insurance education. But I also understand where their challenges are, because you're talking about insuring against what might happen.
Right.
When you've not even eaten, that one you know for sure that you need to eat.
Most definitely.
And then you're telling someone, oh, you need to do personal insurance, you need to do this, you need to do that. And they're wondering, with which money? Yes, I understand insurance is important. So even, I understand their challenge in this part of the country, to be honest, in this part of the world.
Right.
And it's just sad. It's just actually sad.
Another thing, just so that people get to see where we're coming from. The reason why I think people shy from insurance is they believe that if anything happens, the time they will spend going to follow through with the claim, back and forth, come today, come tomorrow, okay, we have the hearing now, let's go. So by the time you look at the amount of time that you will invest in trying to claim that damage, you just have to say to yourself, is it worth it? Especially when it is something that you can let go. So when that is in your mind, right, in your thoughts, there's this idea of shying away from insurance. However, it's not a good thing, because just the way we know that the rains can come anytime, right? You know that it's going to rain someday. You have to plan for the rainy day, right? You drive your vehicle along the road, especially in Lagos. It's not everybody who is in front of the steering, right, is mentally sound. And so someone bumps into you, and so you let it go the first time, the second time. And when it happens again, you want to confront it. But anyone who has proper insurance knows, okay, my insurance company will take charge of this. But again, like you said, there is a major issue when it comes to putting food on the table. A man who hasn't fed his 2 or 3 or maybe 5 children, you ask him to come and insure his house, or insure his life, or life insurance, or even car. Let me start with car insurance. That one now is mandatory, because while you renew your papers, it's part of what you need to do. So people are now forced to do that. But that's third-party insurance. I'm talking about, you've been in the insurance world before, right? And so the question now is, how many people do you know, even the ones doing well, will just wake up in the morning, drive their vehicle and go to an insurance company and say, I want to insure my life? And they're thinking.
So, but that's also where the companies have the role of doing. Every good company out there has a group life insurance for their employees. Right. So at least with that, you know that you have a personal life insurance under the umbrella of your establishment. But for someone who is maybe an entrepreneur or whatnot, might need to also do a personal insurance, and that's where the adoption for someone who's an entrepreneur or even runs a small business could even consider to do insurance for their own employees. And it goes back to the adoption issue, because when you have a small businesses in Nigeria are literally struggling to even stand afloat. Look at the challenge we're talking about now. 2,000. We're getting to 2,000 naira per liter. We're hoping it's not. It's currently 1,300. Now that person that may run a small business where maybe they're a caterer or they are a tailor or something, and you just have about 3 staff or 4 staff, it's not like they don't want to pick up in a group life insurance, aside from the fact that maybe they're not properly informed. Like I said, insurance education is actually poor. But there's also the challenge of you're preaching. It's like you're preaching. What did they say about you're preaching to
the choir?
Yes, but in this case, I don't even know if you're preaching to the choir. Like, I think you're preaching to. I'm trying to find
oblivion. I'll tell you,
you're preaching to the air, because like, how do I even go? How do I adopt this thing when I'm trying to make sure that my four staff, because whether you like it or not, employees. You're lucky, and that's why they always say when you're employing people to just have those people that understand your business.
Let me tell you a short story very quickly. So a friend of mine has this establishment where he has about, say, 10 employees, and now seeing the rising, the economy, where the economy is and every other thing, he said to himself, look, instead of losing this wonderful staff that he has, how can he help? He told them, look, where do you come from? Most of them come from the mainland, and they have to come to work on the island. He said, look, he lives on the island. He has a boys' quarter. Move your things, come and stay in my boys' quarter, right? So that you don't have to spend money from your salary. And so you could tell that even though it's a small business, an establishment, you as an employer of labor, you must know how to get around this issue such a way that you don't allow the economy ground your business. And now that fuel is now 1,300 per liter, cost of transportation will go high.
And do you know what that means for him as an employer saying, move to my house? Means that he's going to have to cater for their food.
Exactly.
Perhaps or cater for, because now he's responsible for them. And when you're responsible for someone, for people, that's a huge deal, because if these people decide to do or misbehave or do whatever it is, it's completely, if they decide to leave the house now and go somewhere and they're kidnapped, I'm just saying, and something happens, it's said that they live in their boss's house. So you're responsible for, which is the reason. It's not like some other employers will not want to have some other people in their homes. But think about this, the downside to it also, there's a fact that your privacy is also gone. There's also the see finish part of it.
Most definitely.
As much as you don't want to. So when you think about the ripple effect, so ideally, the ideal situation and the best situation, it should be, you're coming to your office, coming to do your work, we go our separate ways. But then there's that one of, oh, because you have to, like you said, he's forward thinking and he's thinking of how it should be. You think that if the business is booming as it should boom, because for employers now, they're going through a lot. We work in an establishment. I know what they're going through.
To keep the business running.
Trying to keep the business running, trying to get businesses in and all of that. Now, this person you're talking about now, he has the option of saying, oh, because of the situation, can I find a small BQ or small house within that his neighborhood to rent for them, for this? Can he afford to? No. He can't, because how is he going to afford it? They will even give him a knock. So my point is, now look at what he has to do, because now he has to be responsible for other young adults that can be whatever it is they want to be under your roof. So you have to, that's an extra burden for you. The burden of running the business is already there, and then you have employees, and that's why most employers, one of their biggest prayers is just having one person, because you can't have 10. If you have, like he has 10, you can't have 10 people thinking of it, because I understand the country is hard. They're thinking of how to pay their bills. They're thinking of this. They're thinking of that. But if you have one employee that understands, that thinks also like an employer and understands the struggles, you've gotten a win. Because this person is thinking, is empathizing with you. Yes, you've not paid my salary, but they're empathizing. They understand the struggles. They see, you see, those are the kind of employees that employers don't joke with. You know, I have a friend, like, she's a big, what's it called, food content creator. She's big. And she has she's like on TV doing all of this content and YouTube, and like easily like one of the biggest. And she had an employer that she just had to go, and she was crying because that lady understood her business. She made things easy for her. If you get one of those, it's hard these days. It's hard these days, but when you get one of those, you do everything to keep them, because the lady made things easy for her. She understood the business. She was running the business for her. You know, my friend can go to sleep knowing that this person has her back. Do you understand? She's out of the country. The lady is there running, and she understands. But do you know what? The lady is going on to do her things, big things now, but she's proud of her. Although she's pained, because to find such a person now might be like, you can't replicate such people. Like, you can't get. But back to the conversations that we're having, it's just really sad when you think about what employers have to go through. I have family members that, you know, run businesses. They are thinking now, there's no electricity. How do I power on? How much do I buy? If they increase the price of whatever it is they are making, the people come back and say, I cannot afford it, or you've taken your prices up. But they have no choice. So if they decide to if they decide to leave the prices at what it is, they have to double what they are making. And to double what they are making, perhaps if they were making 50 per week, they had said, oh, I have to double to 100, which means your marketing has to go up. And marketing goes in different ways. It's either you're doing word of mouth, online marketing, digital marketing, using your employees to be your marketers and whatnot. And that goes, do you see all of the different sides of it? The employees now, if you have the lazy ones, and that's why they're not going to do, they just want to get their salary, you're suffering because you're going to be paying them money for free. And then if you have to do online marketing, you are paying extra. should you not really add to the cost of that thing you are producing? You should add. But the problem with adding to it is that people cannot afford it. So the business could die. Businesses are dying.
I mean, what this means is that bottlenecks everywhere in business.
It's too much. Look at it. I'm shouting because I think because you hardly hear me shout. Most of the time I'm mostly listening to you, but like I'm shouting because I'm feeling the pain. Because oh, you want to buy this thing? I cannot. You've increased your price. How will I not increase it? Now look at all the
cost of production has gone
cost
high.
of production. You have to do online marketing. You have to employ people that probably will love your business enough to understand that yes, we need to market. And then if you say, oh, you can't pay yourself because you've not brought in any sales, they're like, oh, this. So if you reduce, you are doing all of these things. Employers, CEOs, small business owners are doing like 10 people's jobs. They are producing, they are marketers, they are running a page, they are doing this, they're doing this, they're doing this, they're doing this.
Multitask.
With this training, economic strain.
And where's the time to now go and live and rest?
I have so many examples. So another friend of mine is a doctor. He has moved to the UK 6 years ago, and his life turned around. And he said he did his best. He's one of those people that believe in Nigeria. I mean, I'm one of those people too. But sometimes when you see, I'm sure you too, you are like that too. When you see the real life, you're like, is it worth?
This not going to work.
Like, what are we even doing? It will work. He talked about how for 14 months they don't get paid as a doctor after earning his degree in Obafemi Awolowo University and doing this thing. And he says for 14 months not getting paid, and he was still doing everything because he had passion for Nigeria. But at some point, passion could not pay his bills.
Because the reality
and it's like,
in front of you is there.
Yes, I can still pursue this passion as much as I want this country and I want to be one of the people that are, blessings to this country. I have to leave the shores of this country. And in 6 years, things have changed. But it's just crazy because when we're having it, this thing goes back to brain drain. Because now we're seeing this thing. I see many people around you. I'm sure you're seeing them. They're already scheming. Who's next? This country is not working. I need to leave. I need to leave. And then you're getting your best hands out of the country. Well, we have to leave it there.
Well, I mean, that's where we're Business Day, explain in detail from the upstream to the downstream. I mean, your explanation just simply, anyone watching back home who is a young entrepreneur will be thinking, what she has said is hitting home. What she's saying right now is making sense. What's the take home out from this conversation? Because this is actually businesses. For those who are the downstream who run, recharge card business, who run POS's business, and all those other nitty-gritty, just the way you explain. So kudos, at least you understand these things, and people are getting to know. Punch. This was having the punch.
Right.
All right. So in the punch, it says IG visits Kwara, vows to flush out bandits. Page 14. And page 42, it says US warns citizens of fresh terror threats in Nigeria. Wow. Disco's, and that's page 42. Disco's pocket 2.3 trillion naira despite erratic power supply. They are making so much money, even though we have issues surrounding the same power supply. So Disco's pocket 2.3 trillion naira despite erratic power supply. See that one in page 37. And right here, page 7, it says, PDP crisis, Makinde blockheads for Supreme Court after appeal court loss. Page 7, you can see that one. You see the picture of Makinde and Wike right there to the top right. And again, the major one here says, businesses brace for inflation surge as petrol hits 1,300 naira per liter. I mean, we've been talking about this thing since morning. It's frustrating. Anyone back home who has a small business, like you said, should brace for shock. And that shock, before you do anything, make sure you're checking your blood pressure. And then I can imagine someone who has at this critical period, you have 6 children. How are you going to cope?
They say now the best if you're looking to have children, because most people now are having children, and it's crazy. But say if you're looking to have children, don't look to have more than 2.
Well, then here says Dangote defends fuel price hikes as NLC pushes back. Then here it says G7 weighs emergency oil release to tame soaring crude prices. Then right here, the right as he goes says OPS, economist flag, imminent commodity price rise. I mean, this rise we are seeing. Well.
It sucks to be a broadcaster these days because everything you're just saying is sort of overwhelming.
It is overwhelming. The right here says 2022 World Cup coach BusinessDay dies at 88. Wow. Condolences to his family. It's a harsh world. Harsh world. We all will go someday.
He lived long.
We lived long, 88.
88 these days in Nigeria.
Those in Japan, you said in Nigeria.
Yeah, the mortality rate is about, I think about 67 or 70 for men.
When you say 67, you're getting all scared. Anyway, so 88 he passed on. So our condolences, of course, goes out to the family. It's just what it is. Page 45. Then page 14 here. There's a lot going on. Let's jump to page 14 here. It says Rivers Assembly defends rejection of Fubara's 4 nominees. Rivers Assembly defends rejection of Fubara's 4 nominees.
There's something scary on the front page of the Punch I'm seeing on the top side. It says U.S. warns citizens of fresh terror threat.
I already took it.
Nigeria.
It's crazy. So again, I mean, should we begin to ask the question, how do they know about the fresh attacks? Right? Who's giving them intel? I mean, these days we don't even know who is funding what and who is behind anything any longer. It's just leave it at that. For the security personnel, they know exactly what I'm talking about. I leave it at that. All right. So below here it says students injured in stampede as Lagos school building collapses. We've had this issue of building collapse back and forth. The thing is that, I mean, Lagos State cannot do it all alone. If you live in an area where you see a building coming up and you know that this building is supposed to be like a commercial building or for school or whatever, again, you will not even know, right? You're not the architect. But if you see that some things are not just in place, before you probably, most people might not want to go and approach the construction, the contractor or whoever it is, or the developer for view of not being insulted. But if you think this thing is close to, I mean, right there in front of you in your home, then you think there's something not right. It's okay to now say, look, can we have regulators come and look at this building? Because if it collapses, it could fall and then hit your own building, whatever it is. Again, it's not in anyone's place to go and do what we call, rescue 101, but those who are responsible for doing that are there. Can we say something if we see something? There are a lot of buildings right now that materials are being, they do a lot of shortcuts. If I'm passing a system, I'll just tell you, this thing is not, you're doing is not correct, right? I know you're looking out for your money, but in the future, what if someone rents it? What if it's your family member that comes and rents that building? Anything that happens, they say, never throw stone in the marketplace. It might hit someone that you know. Right, as a contractor, you be given a contract to build a building, and then you are taking shortcuts. Instead of 4 lengthy rods, you use only 3, saying doesn't matter, 3 can carry it. Instead of 12 mm, right, you're using 8 mm. I know because I've embarked on 1 or 2 projects, and I look at what the people are saying. Well, this wasn't what we had discussed, And so these contractors, if you don't have someone to supervise them, they will take shortcuts, right, and then try to make some money for themselves. So I think if you see something, say something, just so that we can be able to, reduce and mitigate this amount of collapse of buildings going on. Some of these buildings are already very old. Now, I'm not advocating for the destruction or the pulling down of people's property, because some people have to spend their whole life earnings in building these things. But if you are an aspiring landlord or you're a landlord already and you're developing your project, developing your land and all that stuff, consider those who will live in those houses, the tenants who will live there. Consider if it's a school, consider the fact that these are people's children that will come to that school. Right, so build your buildings to last a long time and let it be solid. Like they always say, build your house on the foundation of rock. A solid foundation, isn't it so? And not a sandy one, so that eventually it doesn't come back and bite you.
Right.
All right, so I think that's what we have.
We have to finalize on that note on the newspaper review segment right here on the show. Unfortunately, we can't take the cartoon of the day, but we certainly take it much later. But we'll leave it here for Business Morning at the top of the hour with Deborah Easy. Do stay with us.
For many years, the NNPC Limited and First ENP joint venture, operating on the petroleum mining leases 53 and 54, has stood out not only as an engine for energy production, but also as a committed partner to the communities that hosts its operations off the coast of Bayelsa State. Across our 11 host communities, our belief in shared prosperity is brought to life in tangible ways. Through initiatives in health, education, infrastructure, and enterprise development, as well as the Host Communities Development Trust, we are delivering programs that create real, lasting impact. One of the most transformative of these is our flagship Berkey Scholarship Program, a cornerstone of our education development pillar. Through this initiative, 51 talented and determined children from our host communities are gaining access to one of the top secondary schools in Lagos, Nigeria. For many, it is a life-changing opportunity to see a world far beyond what they once imagined.
The Berkey Scholarship Scheme started out after we undertook our baseline assessment in our host communities, and we identified a huge gap in education. And one of the ways we decided to focus on education was to provide scholarship to students in the communities.
When I heard that I was one that took first in this scholarship examination, I was happy because I know that I'm going to make my parents proud.
I like that my interval scholarship, I was so happy, I don't know what to say.
If looking at it, nobody in this place for now can sponsor a daughter or a son to that place. So it's a good impact that students from Fishan community are enjoying College Lagos.
But providing world-class education is only the beginning. We created a mentorship program that pairs each student with a First ENP staff member, offering guidance, encouragement, and a steady hand throughout their academic journey.
The mentorship program has not only added to the boys and girls under the mentorship scheme, I think it has added to me as a person as well. It gives fulfillment and joy that you are able to impact someone else that is not necessarily your blood, and you can see them grow.
Because for us, these students are not statistics. They are stories. Stories of children whose dreams are now within reach, empowered to become change agents for their communities. Stories of families whose hopes for a brighter tomorrow finally feel possible. Stories of communities witnessing the power of education to transform their future.
I can remember when the first set came. Very timid, shy, unsure of what will happen, but have seen a lot of transformation.
Many of them have taken leadership positions. Many of them are good in sports.
My teachers, actually, they have changed my life in many ways, especially in my reading and writing.
Being here has helped me in different areas in my life. In my academics, I am more stronger now than before.
I want to thank First ENP for this bright opportunity because it's a very big one. It has changed so many lives.
Each child represents a spark of potential, of hope, of what tomorrow could be. And through Berkey Scholarship Program, that spark is being nurtured into a flame that can one day light up the world. We believe energy is more than natural resources. It is the drive to create opportunities. It is the power to uplift. it is the courage to build a better future. One child, one family, one community at a time.
Information is everywhere, but insights, that is rare. BusinessDay Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. BusinessDay Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond. From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture. Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
For many years, we've talked about the need to, essentially diversify our revenue stream away from, the huge dependence on oil revenues. It looks like that is happening now. So that means that we're better protected when, you have these wide fluctuations in oil prices and all of that. So it's
as you say, and I agree, that we should commend the government. At least revenues are not falling. There have been times in the past when we recorded drops in revenue. That's not the case today. We're seeing revenues actually going up.
Increasingly, we can see the developed countries focusing on renewable energy and so on and so forth, which means that in the long run, we must look for alternative sources to funding.
So, the government says that crude oil theft has essentially come to an end.
We need to do more to ensure that we totally eliminate crude oil theft and start to think of how to boost production. But it's a good first step. I mean, by eliminating crude oil theft, it also creates an incentive for international oil companies to probably return and start to take up more projects in the upstream industries.
Stay ahead with Business Day Mobile, your gateway to Nigeria's most trusted business news, market insights, and expert analysis. With a Business Day Mobile app, you enjoy more than just news. You gain a seamless, intuitive platform designed to keep you informed and empowered. From exclusive articles to in-depth market trends, the app delivers the stories that matter most. Why Business Day Mobile? For premium access, for a clean, responsive design, for a smarter navigation, for customizable alerts, and for all-in-one business hub. Whether you're a business leader, investor, policymaker, or enthusiast, Business Day Mobile brings you closer to the insights shaping Nigeria's business landscape. Download today and put authoritative business journalism right at your fingertips, anytime, anywhere.
Information is everywhere, but insights, that is rare. Business Day Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. Business Day Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond. From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture. Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
Business Day Foundation, in partnership with Business Day Media, held a part of its Trade and Investment Series on the 6th of March 2026 in Lagos. Themed Innovative Capital Architecture for Resilient Agricultural Value Chain, the session garnered individuals from key sectors including private, finance, agriculture, and the government. The event kicked off with a welcome address by the publisher of Business Day Media, Frank Aibogun. This was followed shortly by a message from Denmark's Country General Head of Trade and Economic Diplomacy, Jet Bayerum, anchored by Lily Adimife, Business Day Foundation's Executive Director. The session moved to a fireside chat with Sean DeClean, a global food systems expert, who stated that technology-driven financing such as digital payments and fingerprint identification can de-risk agriculture by making funding traceable and helping investors better identify and support fragmented smallholder farmers. The event progressed with a panel session of seasoned speakers from the private sector and public sector. This interactive panel session further dissected the theme of the event, ending with an opportunity for participants to ask the panelists questions and also share some of their thoughts at the event. A major highlight for the event was the deal room, where agribusiness owners met face-to-face with investors to pitch their ideas and gain access to various opportunities. Some of the speakers and guests also shared their submissions and insights they had gained from the event.
We are Bank of Agriculture because without Bank of Agriculture, there couldn't have been the success story of what they are discussing today, because we are actively involved in agri-financing. So if we are involved in agri-financing, there is need for them to also know the prospect in Bank of Agriculture, how we can solve their problems, because everything discussed here today borders on agriculture. And that is why today you see we have brought our experience to bear. We have brought our perspective to bear equally, and they have invited us to come and share our experiences, what we have met on the field, what can we do to better what we are actually doing. That is why you see us in partnership today, exactly what we have come to do.
It's one of the practical outcomes I intend to see here is how to bring in sustainable financing, especially in terms of infrastructure. So we've seen that over time, the infrastructural part of the agro sector has not been tapped into, and there is a whole lot that needs to be done. We need to ensure that infrastructures like having the necessary logistics to move these agro commodities from the farms to the aggregators, which eventually gets exported or gets processed. So this part of infrastructure needs to be addressed. Secondly, we need to look at security as well. Security is something we need to address aggressively, because this is something that will eventually impact the output of the agroeconomy.
Norma Obuna, reporting for Business Day.
Hi, I'm Abdraman Ali Alafiz, also known as the Climate Bender. I'm 16 and I want to talk to you about something that affects all of us, the air we breathe. Millions of Nigerians wake up and breathe air that slowly damages their lungs, their hearts, and even shortening their lifespans. This isn't a problem in the future. It's happening right now, inside your homes, on the streets, and in our communities. And the sources aren't far away or abstract. They are the generators powering our homes and businesses and the old vehicles in our roads. Nigerians depend on generators like no other country. We have around 60 million petrol and diesel generators in daily use. For many homes, schools, hospitals, and businesses, generators aren't backup. They are survival. At the same time, road transport is a huge problem. Traffic contributes about 30% of line particle pollution in cities like Lagos. Old cars, bad fuel, condensation, and weak environment mean inhaling toxic air every day. All this pollution is deadly. Every year, almost 114,000 Nigerians die because of air pollution. In Lagos alone, pollution costs around 2.1% of the city's GDP in lost health and productivity. And the people who suffer the most are the ones who can least afford it. Low-income communities living closest to these engines. We have to face reality. Nigeria has promised net zero by 2060, but that doesn't save people today. Grid reform will take years, electric vehicles are too expensive and unreliable right now, and charging behavior alone can't replace the power and transport people depend on. The engines on our streets and in our homes will keep running. So the question is, will they keep poisoning the air? Or can we make them burn cleaner now? That's where certified fuel additives come in. These are approved additives that can reduce carbon emissions and make petrol and diesel burn cleaner. They don't need new engines, they don't replace generators or cars, and they can be used right now. Studies show that these additives can cut fine particle emissions by 30 to 50%, reduce carbon monoxide and unburnt hydrocarbons, improve fuel efficiency, and reduce black smoke. That means cleaner air within weeks, not decades. Fuel additives aren't the ultimate solution. They're a bridge while Nigeria builds renewable energy and electric transports. Clean air isn't a luxury, it's a human right. That's why #ZeroCarbonNigeria is calling for mandatory use of certified additives in industrial generators and commercial and public transports. Because good solutions now save more lives than perfect solutions later. If engines must keep running, the air they produce must stop killing us. This is not climate delay. This is climate action right now.
Business Morning segment today, the 24th day of February 2026. Now moving on to our first conversation for today. Now talking about visa policy reforms, fuel global tourism growth, but challenges still remain. Now as governments around the world retool visa regimes, tourism sectors are reporting notable growth.
with easier entry rules acting as a key catalyst in attracting international visitors and boosting economic activity. Now, recent policy changes from Asia to Africa and the Middle East reflect a growing recognition that streamlined visa systems can be powerful engines for tourism-led growth. Now, visa liberalization driving tourist inflows in Asia and Africa, major reforms are underway as the government has launched ambitious visa-free and digital entry measures as part of its 15 to 5-year plan, aiming to transform major cities like Beijing, Shanghai, and Hainan into global tourism hubs. Officials say simplifying visa processes and reducing entry frictions are central to stimulating inbound travel and economic activity through 2030. Now, China's expansion of visa-free access has already shown results. Broader visa exemptions and eased entry rules have actually contributed to significant increases in international arrivals and tourism revenue, helping the country compete for global visitor share. Similarly, Vietnam has adopted digital visas and expanded its electronic entry points across airports, ports, and land crossings to make travel more seamless for foreign visitors, supporting the nation's emergent tourism boom. Now, African open border push. Across Africa, several nations are leveraging visa reforms to drive growth in travel and hospitality sectors. Stakeholders on the continent are calling for broader reforms in visa policies and air connectivity to unlock Africa's tourism potential, citing substantial economic gains if barriers to entry are reduced. Countries such as Kenya have rolled out visa-free entry agreements for many Africans and Caribbean states, eliminating cumbersome pre-travel authorizations and visa fees for eligible visitors. Players and policymakers concerned about lost tourism revenue. For example, tighter visa regimes for Nigeria travelers introduced by the United States and the United Arab Emirates have prompted debate about the broader economic cost of restrictive visa barriers. And now joining us is Tina Wanya. She is a senior travel consultant at Jethals Limited. Good morning, Tina. And so good to have you join us on Business Morning segment this morning.
Thank you.
Right. Okay, now, you know, we're talking about visa policies and tourism growth, right? So then how much does visa ease or restriction directly impact a country's tourism revenue and even GDP growth?
Thank you very much. For visa policies, it actually restricts tourism growth in the sense that, just say for instance, you're talking about Kenya. Kenya, they introduced free policy for every travelers. That on its own increased and boosted the economy in Kenya. Now you can easily just say, okay, you're buying your flight ticket and then you're moving to Kenya. Tourism there is fast going. But in the case of you come to other African countries, you see that the revenue is being reduced. Let me take, for instance, Nigeria, for instance. In as much as we appreciate the fact that the e-visa was introduced, but there are still some little barriers, and that affects the hotels that are supposed to be sold out. That affects the tour guide that is supposed to take people on tour. That has also affected transportation that is supposed to lead people to where they're supposed to go to, and then the drivers and the like. So for visa policies that are very stringent, it affects not just the economy, the individual, the business personnel, and that hinders GDP growth.
No, are strict visa policies truly about national security? Or do you think they are silently costing nations billions in lost tourism opportunities?
See, that part, in as much as it's all about the national security, in other instances, it's all about how you place your country in the global market. And it definitely is costing the country billions of naira, billions dollars of naira, if you want to put it like that. Yes, we understand the fact that, I will take an instance again for Nigeria. When the late former president, Buhari, was in power, he ensured that visa within African countries, as Nigerian, they can access Nigeria. You don't have to go through the embassy and then applying for visa. But I also make mention of that, the fact that some nationals are coming into the country that they were not supposed, on the normal day, they were not supposed to come into the country. There was a little breach of security, if you ask me. And that really did not really affect tourism, because then you saw there was a hike in tourism. But the security aspect, it was not really encouraging. But with this new regime that is in, yes, they limited the visa policies. What did he do? They tell you that this is the way you need to apply for the visa. You need to go online and then apply for the visa. If you see for now, there's the security aspect is actually limit, and then the economy did see a rise in revenue when it comes to e-visa policy for Nigeria. So for security reasons, no, it doesn't really affect, but it just have to be very smart and then strategic about it.
And having said that, right, now should developing countries actually adopt visa-free or visa on arrival models to actually compete globally for tourists? Do you think this is doable?
Yes, developing countries, I wouldn't say they should and they shouldn't. When I say, I also still give an instance. Rwanda, for instance, adopted free policy for travelers. And everybody know that for as a Nigerian passport holder, if you want to go to Rwanda, you just get your flight ticket and you're admitted into the country. Seychelles, you wouldn't say Seychelles is a developing country. Seychelles did not really outweigh that part. I say you need to come into the country, but they introduced the ETA, which is electronic travel authorization. This itself is very easy to get, and then you pay at the fee of €10 and the likes. So developing countries, if you're eliminating the visa policy or visa-free policy, in the terms of revenue where the visa comes in, it might limit your growth, might really limit your revenue. But rather, you make it subsidized. People will still come. Something that is supposed to be $5, for instance, you make it $1. Thereby, revenues are coming in that place. Let me give an instance. You agree with me that if you're traveling to London, in as much as Nigeria and London, they have a bilateral relationship, it is not free. You definitely still pay. So that's to stop people from going into London. Or if you see Rwanda, Uganda, the East African countries, it is not all of them. Tanzania on its own said, okay, for Nigerian passport holder, you need to get a referral visa. But for other nationals, you need to pay a subsidized fee. So eliminating the aspect of visa fee, either maybe they get visa on arrival or free visa, I wouldn't subject to that, but rather subsidizing it, because that on its own also bringing revenue into the country.
So now, how do digital visa systems and even e-visas actually change traveler perception and destination competitiveness? How does it change it?
If I have the opportunity, I would say let every country go into the digital visa process, and which of course some countries have been subscribing to it. Of recent, UK also announced their own that on the 25th they will be going fully for the visitors visa, that's the e-visa platform, because this gives you the fastness, you secure prompt attendance to issues. I would say, let me also give an instance. United Arab Emirates, for instance, they've been operating the e-visa service. You can wake up and say you want to travel to UAE, and then you get your visa approved in 1 hour, 2 hours. You're holding your passports. So that is number one of fastest means. You trust the system. You know, you're uploading your photograph, you're uploading your data page. That was initial the requirement if you're going to UAE. But now they'll say, okay, fine, upload your statement of account and all that. But you're doing it at the convenience of your home. You don't need to go to the embassy. Nothing is going to make you leave your house and all that. And then the safeness of your documents. We've seen a situation whereby they're trying to transport documents, passport of people from one point to the other. The car got caught with fire, or something, or somebody ambushed the car. your document is there. But in the case where the document is still with you, all what you just need to do is just to upload. And the immigration personnel that is coming to attend to your file online doesn't need to start, okay, fine, this person's file number 1. No, they just go online with a link or in a database, open your system, see everything, run through the check that they want to do. So it's very, very encouraging. I still hear some people say, oh no, I still prefer the stick-on visa on my passport than the e-visa. But I'm here telling you that the digital visa is a way that every country should go to, because number one, it is fast, it is reliable, it saves times, it gives you that confidence of your application is going to be processed within the shortest of time, and also the safeness of your document is still with you.
Now, that's very, very encouraging. That is very, very encouraging. Those points you gave are very, very, truly valid. So then what lessons can countries learn from tourism hubs like the United Arab Emirates and Thailand that have simplified entry processes?
For the United Arab Emirates, they should learn the fact that UAE adopts a fast process when it comes to visa application. They have well-equipped database system, even on arrival in their country. They have so many personnel, everything is digital. And one thing about this country is they also as well do their monitoring, like once in every 2 days or twice in every 5 days. So by so doing, their system is up to date. Like I said, you just wake up and say you want to travel to UAE and you get your visa approved in 1 hour within 24 hours. So every country should adopt that, because UAE has set that pace, trying to welcome tourists all over the world. And then there's also safety in the country. UAE is that one country that you will sleep and wake up, even after you forgot your phone, it's by there. Their immigration system is top-notch. They understand the fact that people come into our country, we welcome them, we need their safety, we need them to be... And then there's also one thing again that I said that every country should emulate UAE for. Their hotels. They have standard of hotels. And they have policies, they have people in place that go from one hotel to the other to check. If your hotel is below standard, definitely you're going to get a query. You're going to get a fine. So you'll be staying in UAE, you'll be staying in a 3-star hotel, for instance, you'll be staying in a 4-star hotel, you feel like you're staying in the best of the best hotels in every other places. So I think the government actually did invested in their tourism. Their tourism is one of their major source of income. So I think countries should emulate that, let the government get involved as well. Because if the government on its own subsidized for the hoteliers, it will really go a long way. And then when it comes to the immigration system, train personnel, get the IT people, always update your system, like always update your system. Not like you're trying today, the network is bad, you will never see the network get faulty. And one thing again about UAE is when you apply for the visa, you don't have to say, please send me your visa. You use your email, everything is being sent to you. And then also Thailand did adopt that. Thailand, for instance, initially they were using the stick-on visa policy, but now it is digital. Everything, you just go online, you upload. One thing that I appreciate about Thailand is what I think other countries, they might also emulate. Even for Thailand, yes, they also do an interview system, but that interview system, they give you option. It can actually be conducted via Zoom, or they can even call you on the phone and say, oh, this is your interview. They get you prep, even on WhatsApp. So I really emulate that. So with that, and then how they subsidize the price for hotels, make people welcome in their country. So people are always trooping in, okay, I want to go to Thailand, I want to go to Bangkok. This thing don't just happen overnight. The government were involved in tourism, not like involved, fully involved in tourism. See that some amenities were in place, and especially their visa process that is very easy and straightforward. I think every other country should emulate that.
Awesome. You've given very valid points. And you know, in Nigeria, we can actually do a lot in the tourism sector. We have a lot. We have a lot. If only, like you said, the government would actually, subsidize in the hospitality industry and actually make our tourism worth the while. So it means we have so much to learn from UAE. But then again, in Africa, how can regional blocs like the Economic Community of West African States actually leverage free movement policies to boost intra-Africa and tourism?
A free movement for ECOWAS, that is the Economic Community of West Africa. There's actually a free movement within the state. But one thing that is not very okay, and then I would say, is when it comes to the flights. I don't know how they're going to subsidize that. I'm traveling to Doha, Qatar. I'm spending on a return flight ticket 946,000 naira, say for instance. That is if I'm using Ethiopian Airline, that is a 8 to 10 hours flight going and then coming back almost the same thing. And I'm also going to Ivory Coast, just a 2 hours flight. And then I'm spending almost 2 million, 3 million naira. So to me, it boils down to the question that, is it that there's no relationship, even as much as they say that it is ECOWAS, what is happening? If it is going through the road, of course, there's a network, but the distance is not encouraging. And with just you don't even need your Nigerian passport, your international passport. If you're traveling within the ECOWAS, you can get your laissez-passer, that's the blue passport that gives you freedom of movement. Or in some instances, just if you're going to a neighboring country, such as Benin Republic, Togo, you get just your ID card and then ensure that you're a Nigerian, they can allow you in. But when it comes to flights, traveling by air, that is even supposed to be encouraging, telling people to invest more, you're spending so much. So I said, what is happening? Are they assessing or given updates regards in one aspect, and then the other aspect they're saying, okay, no, everybody can do what they do. So I think the government should actually look into that, because there's no that integration when it comes to the air movement, but during the land, and then there's actually, I think the government should look into that, because it is Africa. We want to travel. I'm surprised that for now, like in our organization, people are doing combo trips. When you take combo trips at 2, 3, 4 countries, and everybody's saying, I want to go to Africa. People want to go to Africa. People want to see other parts. But when you give them the bill, and someone said, why is Africa very expensive? And then we said, number one, that integration is not there. Number 2, maintenance. And number 3, security. So these are what they should look out for if they really want that togetherness in boosting the tourism sector in Africa.
Wow. So then, do reciprocal visa restrictions between countries actually hurt ordinary travelers more than policymakers?
It does. It hurts the solo traveler, it hurts the business personnel, it hurts the students. These are few people that it's really hurt. We understand the visa policy that was just recently introduced by the United States of America. And they're telling you that, okay, for new students, you're not really supposed to come, if you're coming in, these are the restrictions that are there. As a tourist, these are the restrictions that are there. You have to pay if you go for an interview and then maybe you succeeded. You have to pay a bond. How many people of us would want to do that? Even if I thought some people that even have the fund, they'd be like, no, I don't want to. So it doesn't really affect the policymakers, because somebody that is in government has a diplomatic passport to travel with, and then they're also that privilege. But as an individual, as a business personnel, schools are crying. People are not coming. We have bills to pay. Hoteliers are saying people are not filling our hotels. We have bills to pay. And then the individual on its own is saying, I have a visa, but I cannot travel. I have my time of leave that I need to spend in a particular country, but I'm unable to do that. I am scared of this. I am scared of this. That mental torture, that mental stress. And you as a student, you say, okay, if I leave, coming back, what is it for me? So the policies makers, it's not really going on well with the individuals that is at stake, and then also for the business owner, because they tend to lose fund, they tend to lose time, and then they tend to lose their happiness.
So then how can government balance border control with the urgent need for foreign exchange earnings from tourism? Where is this balance coming from?
Balance is coming from on how the government tends to support the tour operators. I would also give you an instance. In Egypt, if you say you are a tour operator, the government supports you. Egypt on its own said that everybody can come into the country. Whether you have a US, a UK, a Schengen visa, you can come into the country. You can have a security clearance and then you come into the country. And you as a tour operator said, I have people that are coming into the country. You register with them. Egypt supports you because they want that tourism money. They've invested so much. One thing about the government is if the government actually plays a major role when it comes to tourism, the government invests. And in so doing, the tour operators, they get their return on investment from when people come into the country. Like I said, the government plays a major role when it comes to boosting tourism of a particular country. Yes, we as tour operators, we have so much to do on our own part. But when we have that support from the government, I'm coming into the country. I'm coming into Nigeria, for instance. I know that the visa policy is favorable to my clients. I know if something happens, I can easily go and then they will get the visa policy. They'll settle the visa for me. However, is that a good road network for my clients to experience? The hotels, are they safe enough? Are they of international standard? The tour guide, how equipped is the tour guide? Does he or she knows and understand this terrain so much? Whether we like it or not. For instance, the Lagos Badagry Slave Trade Center has influx of tourists. And those people over there, that's the tour guide, they are vast when it comes to that knowledge. But the network to go there, if you're not going through CMS, using the water system, going by road, if you're not avoiding the traffic, yes, we know that it is okay. But if you're not avoiding the traffic, you might end up spending a whole day, 24 hours, because of the fact that you want to experience tourism. So they should build more road network, rail station. If the government does that, tourism in Nigeria will be the next oil that people would
I just wish that it can happen the way that you've just analyzed it. You've made a whole lot of sense. So much. Okay then, so what role does political stability and even diplomatic relations play in shaping visa access and tourism flows?
It plays a whole major role when it comes to political stability. When your country is at peace, when your country has so much to offer, every other country in the world wants to come and invest in your country. When there's a political stability, everybody wants to come and invest in your country. This not only boosts the economy, it also ensures that the citizens, they have revenue, they are happy, everybody is doing what they ought to do. For instance, Ghana and Germany, they have a very good relationship, and there's political stability in Ghana as well as in Germany. As a Ghanaian, you might forgo every other Schengen country, but if you go to and apply to the German embassy, definitely your visa has a high chance of it being granted because of that stability and then that relationship. In Nigeria, if you're going to Maldives, for instance, because you don't need visa and the likes, there's that relationship because you don't need a visa to go into Maldives. Of recent, Canada and China, there's now this relationship. There's a political stability and there's a relationship. As a Canada citizen, you don't need a visa to go to China, at least for a period of time. Same thing that goes with Brazil. We'll see what's happening in Mexico of recent. Yesterday, 2 days ago, there is not that stability in Mexico. So that is not making some countries to offer visa-free policies. China and Brazil, they signed an agreement. That's if you're Brazil national. Why didn't China go to Mexico? Of course, they're also in the same Caribbean, but there's not that political stability in that country. China and Nigeria, for instance, yes, Nigeria plays a major role when it comes to going to China than some African countries. But they are going to that relationship, I would say, is not really there yet. So political stability plays a huge role when it comes to how your country assess every other country. If that is not there, or maybe that relationship is not there, visa policy tends to be very strict, tend to be almost impossible for your citizens to get access to. As a Ghanaian, you can actually go to Singapore. You don't actually need a visa because there's that relationship, and then they understand that, okay, yes, this economy is stable. Nigeria, on the other hand, you need a visa to go to Singapore. You cannot just even go and apply. If somebody over there is not standing in for you as a guarantor, you cannot get access to it. So it really plays a major role when it comes to visa issuance, relationship, and then political stability.
Heartbroken by hearing this, that Ghana, our neighbors, have a lot of opportunities than the giant of Africa. So now, in an era of remote work and digital nomads, should countries actually redesign visa frameworks to attract long-stay visitors and global talent?
Yes, they should. They should. Because the digital nomads, they're also there in your country to boost the economy, to increase the revenue. Giving them a long stay ensures that some of their businesses, some of their lives are not being just for a very short time and say, okay, fine, they really want to go. Portugal, for instance, understand that. Portugal welcomes the digital nomads. You can stay in their country. Malaysia did something like that. And so what is stopping us in Nigeria from doing that? Because these people, in as much as you look at it, they help the economy. They are stable here in Nigeria with the long visa process. We understand the fact that the current Minister of Aviation, the Minister of Interior, they're actually really working. I wouldn't lie. However, you see, the aspect of the digital nomad, they should consider that and look into that, because those people help the economy to grow. They bring in their own revenue as well. So it is not something that they would just ignore and say, okay, fine, it's only for those that have work presence here in Nigeria. My work can take me outside. I might stay in a particular country for as long as 6 months, 7 months, and the likes. Of course, I'm paying rent. Where I'm staying is not for free. I'm paying rent. I'm going to the grocery store to buy some grocery. I'm paying for data. I'm doing it. So in as little as it is, it also adds to the economy of that country. So if you're saying, no, after your 1 month visit, after your 30 or your 2 weeks stay, pack your bag and go. And in the space of 6 months, and you don't have any other person able to replace that particular person, you've lost money in that aspect. It's something that they should really look at. And I don't think Nigeria as a whole has adopted the digital nomad system. But if it is something that the government is tilting towards, I would encourage that they do that, because it's really help and then boosts the economy.
So it's really, hearing you call the countries that Ghanaians can actually go visa-free, and hearing the ones that Nigerian can go visa-free, I'm seeing that a whole lot of difference. So can we be opportune to get to know the countries that Nigerians, the very good countries that Nigerians can go visa-free and right about now? Can you do a little bit of a list?
Okay, for Nigeria can go visa-free to some of the Asian countries. You have Maldives, you have, no, not Singapore. Nigeria can get e-visa to Qatar, e-visa to United Arab Emirates, which of course applies to Ghanaians. Nigeria can go to Dominican Republic. However, there is no flight connection. So when you see some country mentioned, Nigeria can come, Nigeria can go into, Nigeria can visit Fiji, Nigeria can visit Bermuda, Nigeria can go to Barbados, but there is no network. There's no direct flight. And you need a transit visa to go into this country. And that's the aspect of where you said political stability and relationship. This country, they don't have a good relationship with us. So they will not grant us that their transit visa easily. So thereby limiting us with our network. I've seen some people say, why can't I go to Vietnam? Vietnam opened the e-visa policy for us. But because of some, I wouldn't say just Nigerians, African as a whole, they have to restrict that. Morocco, with your Nigerian passport hold, as a Nigerian passport holder, you have a UK, US Schengen, you can get the e-visa, which of course is not applicable to other African countries. So it varies. There are some countries that Ghanaians, they wish that they can travel to, and they don't have that relationship. Nigerians wish that they can travel to, they don't have that relationship. When it comes to, of course, the West African countries, Nigeria can actually go there. There's free movement. Kenya, it's visa-free. You don't have anything. Uganda, it's the e-visa, which is very easy. Rwanda, because it's visa-free. I'm talking about the East African country. Zambia, Zimbabwe, it applies to both Nigeria and Ghana. You can actually also visit there just with the e-visa. But student to us. Botswana, you need a referral visa to go there. If somebody is not standing, in for you, I don't know, can you see me? Hello?
I'm seeing you clearly.
Okay, if someone is not standing in for
can you hear me?
Botswana, yeah, I can hear you.
And I can see you too. Go ahead.
Okay, if someone is not standing in for you for Botswana, you can't visit the country. It doesn't apply to other African countries as well, just because of our passport holder. Then for China, of course, we can't go there. Even the Ghanaians, they can't go there as well. For Indonesia, it's still the same. We both apply, but lesser visa policy for the Ghanaians as compared to Nigerians. For Thailand, yes, they have to come to Nigeria. Because of the e-visa that was introduced, Nigeria doesn't need to, but for the Ghanaians, they need to come to Nigeria to apply. So things like that, but just that, I think it's very sure the Singapore, the Hong Kong, they don't need to, but for Nigerians, still need to. So Nigeria is climbing the ladder. We're doing very well as compared to other previous years. That is, Nigeria is climbing the ladder. Just need to, because most of these policies, they change. I can go to Google and then I see that in Nigeria, you don't need a visa to go to Fiji Island. And in a few months or a few weeks' time, you see that you need a visa. I'll give you a scenario. The particular time that one of our clients was supposed to go to Turkey. That's proud to when they introduced even if I thought you have the UK, US, you need to go to the embassy. This policy was changed while the client was on air. So policies change. And when they got in, they just said, sorry, that is the new policy that came in, because the client was actually flying from Australia to Turkey. So just the space of few hours, the client missed that. So policies change, policies change. We might be talking now and saying, for China, you need a referral letter, and in the next couple of seconds, minutes, you say that you don't need it. So policies actually change. So we as store operators, what we do is we educate the public daily about policies of each country. So it might be Singapore today, tomorrow, and then we'll have to go to that. So I will not really rely on Google for this information because of the fact that policy change, and then some instead of the e-visa, it's supposed to be visa on arrival, or instead of the visa on arrival, it's supposed to be e-visa. So you just need, when you go into the countries' website and they'll be able to know and understand the visa-free countries that both countries can go to.
Okay.
Countries that are beneficial to us business-wise and then travelers enjoy going to, I will establish a relationship with them. The e-visa policy for Nigeria, of course, is a seamless process. Since the new Minister of Interior came in, there have been changes. Now you can even apply your Nigerian visa within few hours, you get the visa, which is very commendable. When I thought of building a relationship, ensuring that there are some association in Nigeria that if you don't belong to as an individual, you have to go through them. Why are you going through them? It's not because of the fact that you cannot just wake up one morning and then go apply for your visa. But these people understand the issue of if you don't come back, there's going to be a penalty. Let me give you an instance. In Israel, tour operators over there, before they can stand in for you, they tell that you need to pay, if you're bringing people in, you need to pay $15,000 for the group. If any member of your team abscond, that money is as good as gone. If I am in duty, I would establish that. Qatar said, before you can come into our country, you need to go through some people that you can apply your visa through and then book your hotel and all that. Not because they are trying to limit you from coming to their country. They are trying to ensure that you come in and then you go back. If I impose a fine, you're taking people to China, you're taking people to Hong Kong, there is some level of, you will be very careful because you wouldn't want to tarnish the name of the company and you might also get your license seized. In Singapore, if you as a tour operator, some individuals, they come into the country through you and they didn't go, they will seize your license for life. So if you understand the fact that I might be out of business, definitely you want to protect your business. So if I'm saying to say, okay, fine, a duty, I would impose that and then build that relationship with these countries. What I'm talking about the airlines is, I'm traveling from US JFK to Nigeria, and the fare is 1 million naira. And then I'm going from Lagos, Nigeria to JFK, and the fare is 3 million naira. So what is happening? The airlines need to be called to order. Number one, I know that yes, there are policies and then there are taxes. If there are some taxes that have been eliminated, I'm sure that the airline will not charge as much as that. So I will look into that. Work together with the airlines. Air France, KLM, they will tell you once you miss your flight, that ticket is not refundable. Turkish will say that ticket is not refundable. This is for Nigeria, if you're traveling from Nigeria. And I go to Vietnam, and I'm buying a ticket. The same KLM that tell me in Nigeria, I can't change my ticket. The same KLM will be telling me that I can change my ticket. So where is that coming from? Ghana, our neighbor here, you want to travel, and they're telling you that this is the price of fare. Okay, and then when you calculate the route, and then the same Nigeria, the price is like 2, 3, 4 times. I need to sit down with the airline. What is the issue? Like I said, I understand the fact that there might be some taxes, but that does not mean that the price will be above this. No, we have low, we have high season. That is understandable. So the relationship, the integration with the airlines, with the countries is very, very key. And then ensuring the fact that some individual that will be held responsible if somebody goes to that country and overstays. Or maybe someone comes in and say, okay, there is work visa in a particular country. You don't do your due diligence. You take people, children out. They are being involved in so many things. You as an individual, you're going to be held responsible. I would ensure that. So if you're saying you're doing anything, you have to do it legitimately and the right means. Because this
we've been talking to We've been talking to Tina Wanya. She is a senior travel consultant in Jet Tours. Thank you so much, Tina. I'm unable to hear you right now, but I just want to appreciate you. You've given us so much information in this visa policy topic we spoke on today on Business Money. Thank you so much for your time. We really do appreciate you. Now, that is it for Business Money today. We want to thank you for staying with us as we track the latest trends shaping markets and the economy. Remember, business decisions are always stronger when backed by the right information. I am Destiny Mama. Do stay tuned for more updates on Big Story coming up after now, and join us again tomorrow for another edition of Business Money on the Business Day Television Breakfast Show. Thank you for staying with us.
Information is everywhere, but insights, that is rare. Business Day Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. Business Day Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
We are not just showing off businesses. We're telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day Television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
For many years, we've talked about the need to, essentially diversify our revenue stream away from, the huge dependence on oil revenues. It looks like that is happening now. So that means that we're better protected when, you have these wide fluctuations in oil prices and all of that. So it's
as you say, and I agree, that we should commend the government. At least revenues are not falling. There have been times in the past when we recorded drops in revenue. That's not the case today. We're seeing revenues actually going up.
Increasingly, we can see the developed countries focusing on renewable energy and so on and so forth, which means that in the long run, we must look for alternative sources to funding.
So, the government says that crude oil theft has essentially come to an end.
We need to do more to ensure that we totally eliminate crude oil theft and start to think of how to boost production. But it's a good first step. I mean, by eliminating crude oil theft, it also creates an incentive for international oil companies to probably return and, start to take up more projects in the upstream industries.
Stay ahead with Business Day Mobile, your gateway to Nigeria's most trusted business news, market insights, and expert analysis. With a Business Day Mobile app, you enjoy more than just news. You gain a seamless, intuitive platform designed to keep you informed and empowered. From exclusive articles to in-depth market trends, the app delivers the stories that matter most. Why Business Day Mobile? For premium access, for a clean, responsive design, for smarter navigation, for customizable alerts, and for all-in-one business hub. Whether you're a business leader, investor, policymaker, or enthusiast, Business Day Mobile brings you closer to the insights shaping Nigeria's business landscape. Download today and put authoritative business journalism right at your fingertips, anytime, anywhere.
Information is everywhere, but insights, that is rare. Business Day Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. Business Day Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond. From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture. Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Morning.
We are not just showing off businesses. We're telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you'll be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
for many years we've talked about the need to, essentially diversify our revenue stream away from, the huge dependence on oil revenues. It looks like that is happening now. So that means that we're better protected when, you have these wide fluctuations in oil prices and all of that. So it's
as you say, and I agree, that we should commend the government. At least revenues are not falling. There have been times in the past when we recorded drops in revenue. That's not the case today. We're seeing revenues actually going up.
Increasingly, we can see the developed countries focusing on renewable energy and so on and so forth, which means that in the long run, we must look for alternative sources to funding.
So the government says that crude oil theft has essentially come to an end.
We need to do more to ensure that we totally eliminate crude oil theft and start to think of how to boost production. But it's a good first step. I mean, by eliminating crude oil theft, it also creates an incentive for international oil companies to probably return and, start to take up more projects in the upstream industries.
Stay ahead with Business Day Mobile, your gateway to Nigeria's most trusted business news, market insights, and expert analysis. With a Business Day mobile app, you enjoy more than just news. You gain a seamless, intuitive platform designed to keep you informed and empowered. From exclusive articles to in-depth market trends, the app delivers the stories that matter most. Why Business Day Mobile? For premium access, for a clean, responsive design, for a smarter navigation, for customizable alerts, and for all-in-one business hub. Whether you're a business leader, investor, policymaker, or enthusiast, Business Day Mobile brings you closer to the insights shaping Nigeria's business landscape. Download today and put authoritative business journalism right at your fingertips, anytime, anywhere.
Information is everywhere, but insights, that is rare. Business Day Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. Business Day Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond. From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you. We go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture. Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
We are not just showing off businesses. We're telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is.
Welcome back. You're still watching the Business Day television breakfast show. This is Social Listening, where we check out some of the stories making the rounds on social media. My name is Elizabeth Musa.
I'm Onyeka Valentine. Is social media has a way of creating that buzz that you need. Is it true?
Very true.
Okay.
Very correct.
Right.
Affirmative.
Okay. Let's see.
Well, let's get into the conversations making the rounds on social media this morning. We'll start off with the very first one gaining our attention. It's the controversial Islamic cleric Sheikh Gumi. He has given conditions to support the indigenous people of Biafra, IPOB, as well as Boko Haram terrorists and bandits operating in the country. Gumi said he would support them if they are ready to lay down their arms and negotiate. In an interview with DLTV, Gumi said the groups must be ready to come to a round table and negotiate with the Nigerian government to earn his support. Obviously, it's quite controversial. It might have good intentions, but there's also the part of, should we keep talking about negotiating with terrorists, or should we keep talking about supporting terrorists, or supporting,
canvassing support for people who have threatened the security of our nation. But let's see the remarks and reactions on social media and see how Nigerians are reacting to this conversation. Jennifer Ayadike says, a representative and spokesperson of any terrorist group is also a terrorist. And she put that with an exclamation mark. The Nigerian government know these people, but they won't go after them. Rather, they will go for innocent citizens, while terrorist apologists like Sheikh Gumi is walking freely like he's untouchable. Let's see if we have one more reaction to this conversation. Big Dave MUFC says, only in Nigeria bandits surrender and don't go to jail. Instead, they get a federal job. In a serious country, if they surrender, the minimum is they won't get a death sentence, but some years behind bars. I think we have one more there. Uyai says, the bandits demand full amnesty, not to be arrested, and equal treatment before surrendering arms is essentially a call for absolute impunity. They are working to bypass the judicial system entirely, making their participation contingent on having zero consequences for their crimes, which indulge kidnapping, murder, and economic sabotage.
Look, without petting the matter, I mean, truth be told, anyone who is watching this will be not just disdained, they'll be wondering, are we talking about this issue of having a soft landing for terrorists? These are the same people who have plunged Nigeria into, in the words of some key security analyst, Bisma. I wonder what that is there. But anyways, you know. but on a serious note, look, these are bandits we're talking about. But first and foremost, I thought we were done with this Sheikh Gumi issue. Why is it coming back? Why haven't we given him what? It's so the painful aspect is lives have been lost, right? Livelihoods have been destroyed, and so we're having someone saying that we should give them a chance to negotiate with them again. Look, there's a saying that goes this way: if someone fools you once, right, is the person's, you know, whatever you want to call it. But if a person fools you again, then something's wrong with you. We don't want Sheikh Gumi to come and fool us again. For how long was he standing as intermediary between the federal government and these bandits, right? Most definitely it was lucrative for him and his cohorts or whoever it is that are part of their group. I think that the decision by our defense minister, retired General Christopher Musa, still stands. No soft landing for anyone who is termed a terrorist. But more importantly, make sure the person is, right, actually a terrorist. Don't just go and catch an innocent person, okay? But if this one's a confirmed terrorist, the issue of coming to negotiate, I don't think that should come into the table at all. Truth be told, the idea is you've caught this one, tell us where your remaining gangs are, get them all through. It is costing the nation so much in training our personnel. It's costing the nation money in training, in arming our personnel, our soldiers, costing the nation a lot of money. These are taxpayers' money that is being spent to make sure we get down these terrorists. Then after arresting them, getting them down, apprehending them, we're not talk about what amnesty or peace. That's not going to work. Then the ones who have not been, caught in the act or, arrested, as the case may be, we are talking about going to negotiate with them. What is Sheikh Gumi talking about? I think where we should be right now should be the federal government should bring the guy to book and ask the guy, how do you know all these people? Right? Begin to investigate him very well. Now that we have the US-Nigeria coalition based on security of our nation, because now, they have boots on ground now, right? As a last day, it wasn't like that, but now we have boots on ground. I don't think those, the US counterparts will want to even listen to that kind of story, let alone, giving the guy room, to come and negotiate what? Terrorists are putting our sovereignty at stake, putting our sovereignty in danger. We will not give them any room, really. I think as a broadcaster and a journalist, I think that's what any other person out there should told the same line. So look, we know where they are, finish them up. Don't give any room for incubation. Otherwise, we'll come back to this matter again. You know how long it has been? More than a decade fighting insurgents, fighting insurgency, more than a decade fighting Boko Haram. It has almost become an industry, if not an industry already. Right? Kidnap, ask for ransom. Even when the money is provided, they still get to kill the victim. Right? Resource control of some certain areas within Sabisa Forest. Excuse me. So the question is this: is that there is no room for soft landing. Maybe they now see that, look, there's no way for them to run. They're being killed. They're being, cornered by our Nigerian army. And by the way, our Nigerian army is doing a fantastic job laying their life on the line to make sure that Nigeria is liberated from these criminals. Our personnel are doing a great job. We see it all over social media. So I think nothing should downplay the effort the federal government has put in. Nothing should downplay the effort our personnel's fighting in defeating this Boko Haram, because they're recording a lot of, points over these criminals. So we're doing a great job. Our Air Force, our ground forces, together doing a great job to make sure that we can reclaim those areas such a way that Nigeria is secured 100%. We don't want anyone come to and tell us, can we negotiate with them, or can we have some kind of peace deal with? It doesn't work that way.
Right.
That's what I think.
Well, let's move on to our second conversation this morning, and it's all about Nollywood veteran Eucharia Anunobi, who has spoken about her marriage to her ex-husband Charles Eku, revealing the struggles she faced during the union. Now, the evangelist, while speaking on the Honest Bunch podcast, explained that she was both emotionally and financially drained from the marriage, revealing that her ex-husband Charles Eku did not contribute financially to her development while they were married. She also revealed more information about the tragic death of her 15-year-old son, alleging that medical negligence contributed to his passing. In a recent interview on the Honest Bunch podcast, Anunobi revealed that during her son's critical state, a student doctor performed blood extraction instead of the required blood transfusion. I watched the video and I saw her in serious tears. I mean, you can see images on the screen rolling of how pathetic the situation was. Supposedly supposed to give 3 pints of blood to the child. Instead, 3 pints of blood, is it pint? Were extracted from him. And I'm like, what sort of negligence is this? How long are we going to be talking about negligence? We understand that sometimes, how long are we going to be talking about negligence? So she really went through a lot, talk about negligence and the loss of her 15-year-old son, a teenager, and also how she said even all through the process and then generally in the marriage, her husband wasn't really, it was financial, she was paying the bills, paying for the rent, paying, she kept having hopes in the marriage. It was at some point our parents said to her, you know what, I think you're fighting a lost cause, so I think you're just wasting your time here. So she did go through a lot, and it was a really touching video. But let's see some of the reactions on social media and see how Nigerians are reacting to this story. That's a comment from Leaf Across Borders. It says, this is beyond shocking. Leaving a parent to shoulder everything, especially in the medical emergency, is both irresponsible and cruel. Blood isn't just a procedure, it's life. Parents should have to carry the full burden while others stand by doing nothing. We also have another reaction from Alan065. It says, that kind of love can drain you dry if the wrong person is holding the cup. Some promises sound beautiful, but actions always reveal the truth. And do we have more reactions to this story? Chimuamanda says, heartbreaking to hear how much Eucharia Anunobi sacrificed and endured in that marriage. True strength shines through her resilience despite all the pain. I must really commend her and congratulate her at this point for how she has been able to carry herself despite the tragic situations that life has thrown at her. She's, people see her post every time. You don't know the battles people are fighting, and that's one thing. And that's why we need to all be gracious towards each other, because especially when you're like in the spotlight, people just see not everyone has the time to be dangling their pain in your faces, right? The world is already struggling, so people just go through a lot on their own, and so we just be kind to each other, because every time people see Eucharia's post, they say, wow, I love her. She's so daring. She's so this. She's so that. All of these things to just be like just a cover, to just cover the pain, to just go through the pain. If you recall, because I was like, actually, when I think about it, it was only a few years ago that she, took this social media presence, started doing all of these videos that people are comment, that just people laugh and say, this woman, the way she's very entertaining. But I'm like, you could see that she's not acting. So I knew that certainly there has to be a reason why she's not acting, but she's doing all of that. So that, I think that was like a way out.
Way out of it. Again, you see, trauma knows no bounds. Trauma doesn't care if you are tall, short, fat, slim, white, black, Igbo, Yoruba, Hausa, wherever you think you're from, whether he doesn't care. This is life. And then, when it happens, how you deal with it is a different thing. 90% of every result boils down to how you respond to things. For some people, dealing with it comes with a lot of energy. It drains you. And I mean, we all have had our shares, okay? Either the loss of a loved one, or you can't deal with the fact that someone was to be blamed, or something back and forth, like in our own story, right? A student doctor. Where was the main doctor? Right? Where did the documentation go wrong? I'm sure the communication based on handover. The doctor that probably could have written transfusion, right? Probably wasn't thinking and wrote extraction. So the doctor who took over went and remove broadcast. Normally what happens is that whichever doctor that drops, the next doctor follows through. They have their handover paper. But we don't know what really happened. I mean, this was some years ago. But you could tell that the pain is there. Trauma. And of course, like every other person, people have what they're dealing with, right? Behind all the the glamour and everything that you see on social media, be kind to people. You don't know what people are dealing with behind. Some people are dealing with things that when they tell you, you need to ask yourself a question: how are you even managing to get out of bed every morning? So I think she's a strong woman. And of course, seeing that she went through all that in her marriage, a lot of people have their own stories too. They'll tell you and believe it, right? But I think one of the ways that you can begin to facilitate healing, truly speaking, is to talk about it.
Yes.
So that is the first step of healing. Those who are psychologists, those who are counselors will tell you. I have an opportunity to mentor 1 or 2%. I tell you, look, you think those who mentor don't have problems? No. Even the doctor needs a doctor to take care of him too, or her too.
Even the pastor needs.
That's it. So it's called words of encouragement. So I see most of her posts. She's quite, she educates. Sometimes she entertains with all that in her own ways as an actress. But you can also tell that she has. For you to come out like that means you have defeated the first thing first, which is the pain that you want to, bottle in. That can actually cause a different kind of illness. So when you say, I want to talk about this, I don't care what everybody says, talk about it, you want to move ahead and then deal with the matter, you have started your journey towards healing. Out of experience, I can tell you that, right? You start your journey towards healing. So this way now, you can begin to handle other businesses. You see, everything starts from the way you think. If you think and think it, you can do it. If you are not mentally sound because of some trauma you're dealing with, it's difficult for you to move ahead. So now that we see her blossom, now we see her looking fine, everything's going well, because she made a conscious effort to say, I'm going to defeat this trauma. I will not let it put me down, right? At the end of the day, I might be bitter, but I'll be better. Yeah. So I celebrate her. I know that she has, that energy that she has. I wish her more. I also say, look, the loss of her son too, it's not an easy thing, but, may God keep on giving her the strength to deal with this thing, and then she will enjoy life moving forward. I think there's more for her to enjoy, ahead of her.
Years ahead. Yeah. Our love and all our prayers with our very own Eukaria and Nunobi. She's doing amazing.
She's a fantastic actress.
Yeah, she is. I'm hoping, this is just me saying, and I mean, speaking it into existence, I'm hoping to see her on our screen sometime soon. I mean, just give us an appearance, give us a show. She's amazing. She killed She made my childhood, so it's great to see her speaking about her pain and sharing her stories. I hope she comes out stronger. She's stronger already.
She's stronger already.
So she just keeps getting stronger and stronger. Our third conversation, real quick, is the collapse of a 4-story school building in Lagos. Students and teachers narrowly escaped death on Monday, which was yesterday, after the 4-story building housing a school collapsed in the Ogba area of Lagos in southwest Nigeria. This building, which housed Yemko Nursery Primary and Comprehensive College, collapsed around midday at 11 Adudatu Street behind County Hospital in the Aguda axis of Ogba. Witnesses said the structure gave way only minutes after students and teachers were hurriedly evacuated from the premises, averting a potentially major fatal disaster. All I can say is thank God.
Yes, most definitely. Before jumping to what our guys on social media have to say, it's just a very simple thing. Look, construction workers, those contractors, can you not cut corners? Stop cutting corners when it comes to building homes or building infrastructures where people will stay, where people do businesses.
Want to cut corners in everything,
not your building.
Something that can lead
so
to
I haven't said so. Let's see what our guys.
Let's see the comments on social media real quick. Toby says this keeps happening because nobody goes to jail when a building collapses until the contractor, the inspector, and the official who signed off all face real consequences. The incentive to cut corners never changes. Well said. There's another comment from another commenter. It says, Marvis says this is a result of managing materials while building. Thank God no life was lost and now the owner needs to start afresh. Do we have more comments? The guy Vin says stop relying on experience, quote, bricklayers alone. Always involve professionals. Engage engineers. No amount of nice paint, nice roof, and nice styles can save a building that is wrongly built. The owner should be arrested.
And that I will say very quickly. See, the owner is not the contractor. He could have subcontracted the job to someone else. Say, look, as a developer, handle this thing for me. That is separate. There's also that issue which I think people also have to know. You might have a well-built home. Contractor does a great job, well constructed, everything. But when they want to do what we call renovation, those who tamper with the main frame of the building can also pose a problem. I know some landlords that will tell you, look, before you bore any hole in their wall, as the case may be, right, maybe to put your AC vent or whatever it is, inform the landlord. There's a reason why, because the landlord or the contractor kind of knows the weak points of the building. Now, that is aside from the act of God, maybe earthquake, which we don't have in our country. Thank God. However, no matter how strong a building is, if the integrity of the building is being tampered with, the building can also go down too. Most renovations that take place, some people don't go and check the master plan of the building to now say, wait a minute, where are the major beams going through? I mean, I'm not an engineer, but it's a general knowledge thing, right? That before you do anything, do your proper homework to find out where you want to, renovate, where you want to add, remove. If you say you want to add an extra on top of the building, are you sure the foundation already can take that extra, right? Most people buy property. I've seen someone in Sule who bought a property, a bungalow, right? And then having bought it, he wanted to now, modify it. Instead of calling the owner who he bought it from to ask, the foundation, can it carry an extra building? He didn't just understand putting an extra building. Just like that, right? The thing collapsed. And then when the old person who sold up, what's it called, the bungalow to that guy heard about it, he said, why didn't you inform me that building, even though it had pillars, didn't really have strong foundation? So who are you going to blame? You blame the person who had bought it from the guy and wanted to renovate. These are the things, right? Apart from onset, don't build your home with what's it called again, shortcut materials. Build with solid materials. Also, before you renovate, if you bought from somebody, ask the person the history of the property. Sometimes the reason why whoever owned the building before, right, the property, actually built only a bungalow is because maybe the soil texture is not strong enough to carry extra building, extra stories. But because of greed, you just go, okay, let us have first story, second story, and at some point, the soil test is not strong enough to carry it. Maybe that place was sand-filled, and so the soil texture most definitely can have an extra story, have it to go down. And so that's what happens. And then when it starts happening, oh, from the village, not from any village or anything.
And in this case, and in most cases, in this your analogy, ignorance is not bliss this time.
It's not.
This is the point where you're like, ignorance is not bliss. Find out. If you want to renovate, if you take on a new property, ask questions, and as much as possible, because I know sometimes we want to hear the answers that we want, but it's people's lives or your own life at risk here. So this is the humanity we're talking about. We have to leave it here today. Thank God no lives were lost, but this should sound as a warning to homeowners, people building houses, whatnot.
And those who are bought already.
Most importantly, I think they must find the owners of this building, everyone involved. They need to take them to court. This needs to be a case. Let it serve as a deterrent for others. We'll leave it here today on the social listening segment. Up next is Big Story. Do stay with us.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by BusinessDay Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Moses.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day Television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shade of doubt.
Hi, I'm Abdraman Ali Alafiz, also known as the Climate Bender. I'm 16 and I want to talk to you about something that affects all of us, the air we breathe. Millions of Nigerians wake up and breathe air that slowly damages their lungs, their hearts, and even shortening their lifespans. This isn't a problem in the future. It's happening right now inside your homes, on the streets, and in our communities. And the sources aren't far away or abstract. They are the generators powering our homes and businesses and the old vehicles in our roads. Nigerians depend on generators like no other country. We have around 60 million petrol and diesel generators in daily use. For many homes, schools, hospitals, and businesses, generators aren't backup, they are survival. At the same time, road transport is a huge problem. Traffic contributes about 30% of line particle pollution in cities like Lagos. Old cars, bad fuel, condensation, and weak environment mean inhaling toxic air every day. All this pollution is deadly. Every year, almost 114,000 Nigerians die because of air pollution. In Lagos alone, pollution costs around 2.1% of the city's GDP in lost health and productivity. And the people who suffer the most are the ones who can least afford it. Low-income communities living closest to these engines. We have to face reality. Nigeria has promised net zero by 2060, but that doesn't save people today. Grid reform will take years, electric vehicles are too expensive and unreliable right now, and charging behavior alone can't replace the power and transport people depend on. The engines on our streets and in our homes will keep running. So the question is, will they keep poisoning the air? Or can we make them burn cleaner now? That's where certified fuel additives come in. These are approved additives that can reduce carbon emissions and make petrol and diesel burn cleaner. They don't need new engines, they don't replace generators or cars, and they can be used right now. Studies show that these additives can cut fine particle emissions by 30 to 50%, reduce carbon monoxide and unburnt hydrocarbons, improve fuel efficiency, and reduce black smoke. That means cleaner air within weeks, not decades. Fuel additives aren't the ultimate solution. They're a bridge while Nigeria builds renewable energy and electric transport. Clean air isn't a luxury, it's a human right. That's why #ZeroCarbonNigeria is calling for mandatory use of certified additives in industrial generators and commercial and public transports. Because good solutions now save more lives than perfect solutions later. If engines must keep running, the air they produce must stop killing us. This is not climate delay. This is climate action right now.
Entrepreneurship is for everybody, but not everybody is for entrepreneurship.
They are the dreamers.
I remember it was like 3 a.m. by 21st of December 2021.
The disruptors.
Life is not affordable, let's be real.
The doers.
BZD Academy has trained over 3,000 event professionals.
In a place where the odds don't play fair, they play harder.
I would like my business to be remembered as one of the homegrown organizations that has helped with shaping the narrative of this continent positively.
From first-time founders to industry giants, this is where serious business meets unexpected turns.
I could stay up hours of the night just watching things about space.
Welcome to Entrepreneurs Lounge with Norma, where we unravel the buzz and glamorous headshots to bring you the untold.
When I went for youth service, where I was sent to, instead of me to go to work, I went to go and learn how to sew.
Raw.
I'm blown away by the challenges they're facing.
And real stories of Nigeria's fearless young entrepreneurs.
And it not only yes.
Watch Entrepreneurs Lounge with Norma every Tuesday on Business Day television.
A very good morning to you and welcome to the big story right here on Business Day television. My name is Elizabeth Musa. In Nigeria today, two realities exist side by side. On one hand, millions of Nigerians struggle to find jobs. On the other, households and businesses constantly complain about the difficulty of finding reliable technicians, from electricians and plumbers to AC repairers and generator specialists. It's a paradox that highlights a deeper challenge within the Nigerian economy, a disconnect between skilled labor and opportunity. Many artisans operate in the informal sector with little visibility, while customers often rely on word-of-mouth referrals that can be unreliable or unsafe. As Nigeria's urban population grows and technology reshapes everyday life, platforms that connect service providers to customers are beginning to emerge. One of such platforms is Fixer. It's a tech-driven solution designed to help individuals and businesses quickly find and hire verified technicians. Well, joining me this morning on the big story is Olamide Akingbe, is co-founder and chief operating officer at Fixer. Thank you and welcome to the show, Olamide.
Thank you for having me.
To have you this morning, let me start off with a very simple question, with something that many Nigerians know too well. It's a situation many Nigerians know too well. Some things break at home and suddenly you're calling 3 different people looking for someone reliable. Was that the kind of frustration that inspired Fixer?
Fixer is a personal experience for me. And then this experience go way back to 2010 World Cup. So during the course of the World Cup, we had to get a television to watch the World Cup. And then, power is very bad in this country. So we had to use generator to run the TV so that we can, catch all the matches live. And then because the current is not stable due to, wrong people managing it, the first TV was broke down. Then again, my dad had to call in another person that sold TV. Should buy another one. He bought another TV, and same story. After like 2 matches, the second TV was broken again. So we do have a guy that fixes TVs and electronics and the likes that we usually talk to, and then we called the guy that, okay, Bashir, we come and fix our TV. He came, pick the two TVs, and this is 2026. He has never returned the TV till today. So, like, getting artisans, skilled people to solve problem has been, a very, very difficult situation for us. So this is a frustration. I was like, okay, I have to be able to, fix these things myself, because I don't think there's a rocket science behind these fixes and the like. So this frustration was a personal problem to me.
You look at Nigeria today, there are so many people looking for work. Yeah, there are people still struggling to find skilled technicians they can trust. Why does this gap exist? Because I see it every day.
A lot of people are looking for work because Nigeria is a population of young people, and then people also having it difficult to get quality service. I think it boils down to the culture of the informal sector. So my understanding is that people that usually engage in this blue collar job are like, the people that are not doing well academically, and then they will just like they choose it as a last resort career. It's not something like it's like it was out from first hand choice. So because of this kind of like choice, like they're not given too much choice to choose, like because they're not doing it academically, they will have to go and learn maybe electricians, plumbing, and all of those things. So and then the culture and then the way they handle this job, affects the quality of service, because when you look at it, customers want quality of service, timely delivery, and then also the guys that are doing the job, they are not so well committed and dedicated in this job. So and also skill issues, because they actually did not pay a lot of time to try and understand the skills and all of these things. This as and a lot of people see informal sector as last resort. So a lot of young adults will know, like, oh, this is for the last bottom of the society. So this is why we've had a lot of people looking for a job, because people do not want to venture into this industry. And then this has been a very big issue. And on the customer end, because the type of people that are in this industry, most of them do not have foresight. And then most of them, and there's this structured thing from customer communication, getting of quality parts, logistics and all of those things. So the informal sector is not well structured. So, and once we have issue with the structure, the main important, which is the service delivery, will also not be done properly. So on the young population, people feel that, okay, the people that are venturing into these things are the people that have no choice, no options. So this is why a lot of young people do not want to venture into all of these things. And then it's not like that. It's a very, very interesting, it's a very interesting sector that everybody should venture in. So and then the customer aspect is lack of structure, and also the old technicians we have, like the technicians we have, that have been doing this thing like 10, 20 years. So they lack a lot of things. They lack soft skill, customer communication. They also lack paying attention to details. And these are the little things that get customers not to get what they paid for.
Speaking about customers not getting what they paid for, before platforms like Fixer, we see most people relied on word of mouth. Even now, we still rely a lot on word of mouth. But talking about platforms like Fixer, trying to fix this with technology, what has technology changed in this process?
The number one thing technology has helped us to do is data from reporting, because each and every task any of our engineer is assigned to do, so they give proper reports, and lack of reporting, affects the job as a whole. So with our platform, our engineers, our technicians can do proper reporting of the job, what is happening on the job, what they are experiencing, and then it can also serve as information for the next person that is going to do the job, because the job is actually divided into two: on the inspection part, which is the diagnosis, and on the fixing part, which is the troubleshooting. So our platform enables customers to have real-time updates on what they paid for, the type of parts that is going to be used for their job, and then okay, what is done on March 4th, and then what will be done, on August. So reporting is an essential part of our process that makes communication more easy, and then it also ensure that whoever and whichever engineers that is being assigned to the job, knows what was done before and what is going to be done later. So our platform, what we value the most on our platform is reports and data of each and every problem that each and every of our technicians faces.
And you talked about data, but beyond this data, I would say that trust is a big factor, because personally, while I have platforms like Fixer to just take away the stress from my end, there's also the fact that I need to see somebody who has used a particular plumber, a particular technician, a particular seamstress, to be able to see the kind of work they've done, not just their work, also the way they were able to handle the work, and know if that's the kind of person I want to use. So trust is certainly a very big factor. People are inviting technicians into their homes or businesses. You need to be careful. So how do you make sure that the people on your platform are credible?
Earlier is that we have some set of people that are handling the job before we came into existence. So what we do is that we train our engineer from start to finish. So we have collaborations with different technical schools. We have collaboration with WAVE, we have collaboration with FSD. So any technician on our platform are trained by us. We embed our core value and company culture into them to ensure that they do and attend to each and every job, the way we want them to attend to. So this case helps us to eliminate 90% of issues with technicians, technicians not behaving well, not keeping to time, the tendency. So we've been in the business for the past 4 years. So we've experienced a lot of things. We know how it normally works before. So the number one way for us to tackle all of these issues about trust, about the technician, is that we don't use the old guys. Each and everybody on Fixer platform are the new generation technicians, and this is why that we've been able to build trust in different countries. We've been able to build trust in Ghana. We've been able to build trust in Kenya. We've been able to build trust in Lagos, in Abuja. So because we are intentional about the quality of people that we sent out. So if you need an electrician, if you need someone to fix your solar, you need someone to fix your AC, when you come on Fixer platform, you are not going to the old guys. Most platforms that I've seen usually still work with the old people and old set of technicians. And then these are the guys that I would say, like, they have their own selfish interest. But with us, we build our platform in such a way that each technician, each activities has a specific point to commission that each technician earns. This enables them to keep in line in company roadmap. So it ensures that our technicians do not go out of line. But the most important thing is that we train our technicians from start to finish. We have different training programs which ensures that they keep upskilling, and they keep working in accordance to the company rules.
Thinking about this platform, your platform itself, I'm also curious about the technicians themselves. How open are they to using platforms like this to find jobs? Are we seeing more Nigerians being open to registering on such platforms to find jobs? Also, let's talk about the digital divide, because there is a digital divide. We have people who who don't have smartphones, and it's sad, but we see that every day in Nigeria. Some people don't have smartphones, especially the good technicians. You see a man of about 60-year-old technician that is still a plumber, is still a this, but there's some of the best out there, and you find them and they tell you that, oh, I'm sorry, how can I reach you? And you say, can you text me on WhatsApp? And they say, I'm sorry, let me speak here about me. So they tell you they don't have. So there's that. So how do they use the platforms? Because that then tells me that we'll probably have just about a very sizable amount of people who can be on this platform. So that tells me that we don't have enough people who we can even employ as technicians. So how open are they to even using platforms like this to find jobs?
That we actually eliminate some demographic of people. You get, so whoever that is going to come and be onboarded on Fixer is actually going to take it like a career. So and our age range is usually from 21 to 35. So all these elderly peoples that are very good, we normally bring them in for consultations and training. So we don't use them directly to handle all of our tasks. So and whoever that is coming on board, we ensure that we create opportunity. We also create what they actually need. We have some people that we help them get phones, and then the more they work, and that's how we get to deduct the money for the phone that we actually bought for them. So that's how. So all these elderly people, the people that are not inclined with technology, we usually bring them in for consultation basis, for like to upskills the young people, because Fixer is strictly focused on young people that want to get one or two skills and want to earn well.
Then, because I'm happy to hear that you've not eliminated them completely from the work that you're doing, so that at least they can pass on the knowledge to the younger people. But with the economic pressures the Nigerians are facing right now, are you noticing any change in behavior? Are people repairing things more, or are people replacing things?
So the repair industry has always been booming from the early 2000s. Do you get? And then also, I don't think it's the factor of economic pressure that is although the economic pressure, we also want to shift people to want to repair things more. But I think it has always been booming, because if I'm going to, let's say for instance, I'm buying an air condition. I bought the air condition for a 600K, and then it stopped working. You get, maybe something as small as the PCB board is bad, and then you can get the PCB board replaced for maybe like 50, 60,000. I think it's wise to actually change the PCB board instead of changing the entire AC. You get, so I think the economic pressure is not a factor of people replacing things more. People has always been repairing things, and then it's Nigeria is that economy. You get, where people, where it boils down to trust, that okay, can I get someone that is going to do it well? And then with Fixer, I can tell you that we've visited over 10,000 homes that we've done jobs for. And I can tell you that we are the only company in Nigeria, only service company that does not have a bad review, because of the way we attend to our job and our structures and guidelines on how we engage each and every job, and the way we ensure that there is quality training. So I think economic pressure is not an excuse, because like Nigerians are this smart set of people that they want to go the cheaper route. You get, so instead of fixing my washing machine instead of buying a new washing machine for like 300K, and I can get someone that can fix it for 60, 70K, I just rather fixed it, because I gave you my illustration when I was growing up, that our TV was faulty while we were watching World Cup. You get we bought another one and it's this spoiled. So and we had to okay, let's get someone to I think fixing and repair. It's not the economy that is actually shifting people towards that. I think it's a decision based on costs, and then Nigeria do not produce all of these things here. So if it's like other countries that the factory is not far, that you can just trade in the one you have and get another one, that is going to be better. But like replacing fixing is actually like I'm talking about saving like 10 to 20% of the total cost. People fix things like they fixed in 2015 and they're still fixing things like they fix today. So it's not kind of an economic pressure, it's just the way the Nigerian economy operates.
What you're saying is that nothing has changed. But real quick, my final question for you will be rolled into two in one. There's a lot of conversation about skills and vocational training as a pathway for young people. I mean, you rightly mentioned using the older people, the 60-year-old, as sort of consultants for your business. But from what you're seeing, is there real space in this opportunity? Also, too, we understand running a platform like yours in Nigeria comes with a lot of challenges. So what has been the toughest part so far?
Okay, so the vocational aspect, a lot of young people are tilted towards this. There is this employment issue in the country, and then I think people in the blue collar sector, the informal sector, that work with fixer, that trade with fixer, earns more than some bankers, some people that works in the banks. They earn very well. So we are seeing a lot of young people. Even we have these renewable energy solar installation that is in vogue, whereby cost of oil is high, there is no stable electricity supply. So we have a lot of demands in renewable energy, and a lot of young people, they are tilting towards that. Okay, they can get skilled. We have currently now we have over 400 young people that are working with fixer, and then by the end of March we're going to have our first cohort of trainings with Wave. I don't know if you know Wave Africa. So it's like an NGO for skills and vocational acquisition. So and we have like 150 people that even what we projected with them was like, okay, let's do 100 for the first cohort, and we are having like 150 people. We also did some training partnership with some local governments. We have FSD. So these vocational skills is a way for people it's something a lot of young people are doing. Like a lot of young people are tilting towards it, because you earn well than working on white collar job. You earn well because skills, people pay what they think is worth when they see people that can get solutions to whatever they do. Even we have some electronic skills that a lot of people pay high margins to get us to come and do them. And then that's the truth. A lot of people, even our targets for as a company is that we want to be able to onboard at least 2,000 young people, because we are strictly for young engineers. 2,000 young people, who is ready to take this as a career path. And then over the past 3 months, we've done like we'll be going to like 400. That's one fifth of our targets for the year. So a lot of people are tilting towards this thing, and then so that's just the pure truth. A lot of young people are tilting towards vocational studies, and we
have to go now, but real quick, the second part of the question, just real quick in 30 seconds, some of the challenges running a business like this, I'm sure you've been able to surmount them clearly, so if you just sum that up in a few seconds and the future from here.
The challenges we have faced in the past is the human capital resources, having to get the engineers, having to get young people interested in what we are doing. And then so we faced those challenges in the past, and then because now we are not seeing testimonies, a lot of young people are telling themselves that, are you not going to join fixer? I'm earning well, so that's one of the biggest issues we are facing. And the other issues we face is training partners, the NGOs that are ready to bring in resources and collaboration for training. Those are the issues we are facing. But I think the current issue we are facing now is that we don't have enough human resources, because we are having a lot of requests. Like the request is even more than every single day. We are always fully booked. So our issues that is how to quickly train young people. So those are the issues that we are currently, seeing how we can solve and overcome.
Right, thank you very much, Olamide Akigbe, co-founder and chief operating officer at Fixer. Thank you for sharing your insight about Nigeria's, the future of Nigeria's and technology in Nigeria's informal economy. Thank you so much for your time. Well, this has been the big story right here on Business Day Television. This is where we leave it this morning on the Breakfast Show. Thank you so much for sticking with us. My name is Elizabeth Musa. Until tomorrow, stay safe.
For many years, the NNPC Limited and First ENP joint venture operating on the petroleum mining leases 53 and 54 has stood out not only as an engine for energy production, but also as a committed partner to the communities that hosts its operations off the coast of Bayelsa State. Across our 11 host communities, our belief in shared prosperity is brought to life in tangible ways. Through initiatives in health, education, infrastructure, and enterprise development, as well as the Host Communities Development Trust, we are delivering programs that create real, lasting impact. One of the most transformative of these is our flagship Berkey Scholarship Program, a cornerstone of our education development pillar. Through this initiative, 51 talented and determined children from our host communities are gaining access to one of the top secondary schools in Lagos, Nigeria. For many, it is a life-changing opportunity to see a world far beyond what they once imagined.
The Becky Scholarship Scheme started out after we undertook our baseline assessment in our host communities, and we identified a huge gap in education. And one of the ways we decided to focus on education was to provide scholarship to students in the communities.
When I heard that I was one that took first in this scholarship examination, I was happy because I know that I'm going to make my parents proud.
I that my interval scholarship, I was so happy, I don't know what to say.
If looking at it, nobody in this place for now can sponsor a daughter or a son to that place. So it's a good impact that students from Fisan community are enjoying College Lagos.
But providing world-class education is only the beginning. We created a mentorship program that pairs each student with a First ENP staff member, offering guidance, encouragement, and a steady hand throughout their academic journey.
The mentorship program has not only added to the boys and girls under the mentorship scheme, I think it has added to me as a person as well. It gives fulfillment and joy that you are able to impact someone else that is not necessarily your blood, and you can see them grow.
Because for us, these students are not statistics. They are stories. Stories of children whose dreams are now within reach, empowered to become change agents for their communities. Stories of families whose hopes for a brighter tomorrow finally feel possible. Stories of communities witnessing the power of education to transform their future.
I can remember when the first set came. Very timid, shy, unsure of what will happen, but have seen a lot of transformation.
Many of them have taken leadership positions. Many of them are good in sports.
My teachers, actually, they have changed my life in many ways, especially in my reading and writing.
Being here has helped me in different areas in my life. In my academics, I am more stronger now than before.
I want to thank First ENP for this bright opportunity because it's a very big one. It has changed so many lives.
Each child represents a spark of potential, of hope, of what tomorrow could be. And through Berkey's scholarship program, that spark is being nurtured into a flame that can one day light up the world. We believe energy is more than natural resources. It is the drive to create opportunities. It is the power to uplift. It is the courage to build a better future. One child, one family, one community at a time.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by BusinessDay Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Musef.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shade of doubt.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by BusinessDay Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Musef.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shade of doubt.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by BusinessDay Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Musef.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shade of doubt.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by BusinessDay Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Musef.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shade of doubt.
Good morning and welcome to the Business News Hour, live from Business Day Television. I am Glory Brown. Good morning and welcome to the Business News Hour, live from Business Day Television. I am Glory Brown Odibo. Now let's take a look at the major business headlines. Dangote Refinery raises petrol as depot price to 1,175 naira and diesel to 1,620 naira. Also, NNPC posts 385 billion naira profit as oil output rises. Naira falls to 1,405.62 naira per dollar despite rising FS inflows as market gap narrows. FCMB hits 288.96 billion naira capital base awaits CBN nod. Discos pocket 2.3 trillion naira despite erratic power supply. Let's begin today's Business News Hour with development emerging from Nigeria, where Dangote Petroleum Refinery has revised its depot prices for the fourth time since March 2nd, raising the gantry price of premium motor spirit to 1,175 naira per litre, while diesel now stands at 1,620 naira per litre. Industry sources says the updated prices template has been communicated to fuel marketers following several price adjustments recorded earlier this month. The latest revision marks the fourth review in less than 2 weeks, reflecting increasing pressure in Nigeria's downstream petroleum markets and persistent volatility in global oil prices. The adjustment follows the refinery's temporary suspension of petrol loading operations and restricted truck-out activities, which had triggered speculations among market participants about an imminent price change. Analysts warn that the new pricing structure could influence depot rate nationwide as marketers and distributors adjust their supply costs in response to pricing signals from the country's largest refining facility. Also, the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited reported a profit after tax of 385 billion naira in January 2026, as crude oil and condensate production rose to about 1.64 million barrels per day. According to the company's latest monthly operational report, NNPC generated 2.57 trillion naira in revenue during the month and remitted 726 billion naira as statutory payment to the Federation. Despite the profit growth, revenue declined sharply by about 47%, falling from 4.82 trillion naira recorded in December 2025. The report attributes the improvement in production to the completion of the maintenance work at the key offshore assets, including the Agami field, alongside operational improvement in upstream facilities. Natural gas production increased to about 7,283 million standard cubic feet per day, reflecting stronger upstream performance and improved supply to power plant, industries, and export markets. Meanwhile, the Naira weakened against the United States dollars on Monday at the Nigerian foreign exchange markets window, despite stronger foreign exchange inflows into the country's currency market. Data from the Central Bank of Nigeria showed that the Naira depreciated by 12.36 Naira during the session, closing at about 1,405.62 Naira per dollar compared with 1,393.26 Naira recorded on Friday. At the parallel market, however, the local currency remained relatively stable, trading at about 1,420 Naira per dollar. The spread between the official and parallel markets rates narrowed to about 15 Naira, down from 27 Naira recorded at the close of trading last week, indicating a gradual convergence between both segments of the market. Foreign exchange inflows strengthened to about $1.26 billion last week, driven largely by foreign portfolio investors, the Central Bank of Nigeria exporters, corporate and individual participants. And moving on, FCMB Group PLC says it has reached a key milestone in meeting the CBN of Nigeria new capital requirement, announcing a verified capital base of 288.96 billion naira. The financial institution is now awaiting final validation from the central bank, which will determine its progress towards securing an international banking license under the new regulatory framework. The capital position follows a two-phase fundraising strategy aimed at strengthening the bank's balance sheet. Despite the remaining gap towards 500 billion naira threshold, the group says it remains confident of meeting the requirement. Group Chief Executive Officer Ladi Balogun says the additional capital will strengthen capital adequacy, support investment in technology and human capital, and drive international expansion. Analyst says FCMB's proactive recapitalization efforts position the bank closer to meeting the March 2026 regulatory deadline set by the Central Bank of Nigeria. And still on the business news hour, Nigerian electricity distribution companies generated a combined revenue of about 2.33 trillion naira in 2025, despite persistent complaints from consumers over poor service delivery and frequent power outages. Data from the Nigerian Electricity Regulatory Commission shows that the 12 distribution companies collected 2.325 trillion naira from electricity customers during the year. The figure represents a significant increase from the roughly 1.8 trillion naira recorded in 2024, reflecting a year-on-year growth of about 29%. According to the regulator, revenue collections remained strong throughout the year, with quarterly earnings exceeding 550 billion naira as utilities strengthening bills and tariff enforcement. Analysts say the rise in revenue has been driven largely by tariff adjustment and improved collection efficiency, even as consumers continue to raise concerns over unreliable electricity supply and estimated billing. In other news, the Nigerian equity markets began the second week of March on a positive note as strong trading activity pushed the total value of transactions to about 31.23 billion naira on Monday. At the close of trading, the benchmark all-share index rose by 0.12% to 197.96 points recorded in the previous season. The modest gain lifted total market capitalization to approximately 126.58 trillion naira, translating to a single-day increase of about 146.87 billion naira for investors. Market activity was largely driven by key stocks, including Arade Holdings and FTG Insurance, which dominated both trading volume and value on the Nigerian exchange. Despite the positive close, market breadth ended negative with more decliners than gainers, although analysts say continued investor interest reflects resilient sentiment in the equity market. Also, average yields on Nigerian sovereign bond rose to the latest trading week as subdued activities in the domestic fixed income market and the global bond sell-off pushed returns higher. Data from the Financial Markets Dealers Association showed that the average yield on federal government bond climbed to 16.13% from 15.46% recorded 2 weeks earlier. The increase reflects weak trading volumes in the local bond market, with investors adjusting their portfolios amid rising global economic tensions. Across the yield curves, the one-year bond recorded the sharpest rise, climbing to 19.76%, while the 5-year and 7-year bonds also posted modest increases. The benchmark 10-year bond, however, remained unchanged. Treasury bill yields also moved higher across key tenors, signaling growing investors' demand for higher returns on government securities. We'll be right back after a quick break with more updates from the business world. Do stay with us.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Welcome back to the Business News Hour here on Business Day Television. Moving on, more than 100,000 airport access cards have been issued to motorists nationwide as part of efforts to implement the federal government cashless payment system at airport toll gates. Managing Director of the Federal Airport Authority of Nigeria, Olubunmi Kuku, disclosed that about 62,000 cards were issued within 3 days of enforcing the new policy. The rollout initially triggered major distributions and disruptions at airport entry points, with long queues of vehicles and passengers struggling to meet flight schedules. Following public outcry, President Bola Tinubu directed that airport toll gates be opened temporarily, allowing motorists free access while authorities review the implementation process. FAN says the move is aimed at improving passengers' experience, while efforts continue to develop a more efficient electronic access system for airports across the country. And moving away from that story, the African Development Bank Group has launched a continent-wide aviation financing platform to boost investment in Africa's growing air transport sector and convert rising passengers' demand into sustainable airline profits. The initiative, named the Integrated Aviation Transformation Program, was unveiled at the Airlines Capital and Connectivity Forum in Nairobi, Kenya, while regulators, airline executives and investors explored strategies to mobilize long-term capital for the industry. Africa is projected to become the world's fastest growing aviation market over the next 2 decades, driven by urbanizations, a rising middle class and a youthful population, with 1 in 4 new global air travelers expected to come from the continent. Despite strong demand, African airlines remain under pressure, with projected net margins of only 1 to 2% in 2026, below the global average of 3.9%, according to IATA. The AFDB platform aims to reduce investment risk, strengthen airlines' bankability, and attract private, institutional, and development finance aligned reforms. Financial tools and project implementation to derive and deliver bankable aviation projects across Africa. Now, in a recent development, Nigerian universities are facing a severe student accommodation crisis, leaving many students to navigate a challenging and expensive rental market. Public-private partnerships are emerging as a practical solution to bridge the housing gap, offering a collaborative approach to address chronic shortages on campuses. The University of Lagos is leading way with a 7,836-bed PPP hostel project under a build, operate, transfer model involving private developers such as CMF Garden Housing, Advent Integrated Services, and Hostel Limited. Experts say the initiative promotes sustainability, accountability, and shared value in higher education, while offering a faster route to delivering infrastructure compared to relying solely on government funding. However, industry observers note that hostels are often more expensive than publicly funded options as developers seek to recoup investment quickly, raising affordability concerns for students despite improved quality. Also, the 31st March 2026 recapitalization deadline for Nigerian banks approaches. Market analysts are shifting focus from regulatory compliance to long-term competitive positioning. Business Banking Market Intelligence Unit has advised investors that simply meeting Central Bank of Nigeria's capital requirement is no longer a definitor. With 30 banks already confirmed to meet the new threshold, attention is now on how capital was raised and how efficiently it will be deployed. Notes that compliance alone does not indicate operational strength or shareholder value creation. To guide investors, the unit's framework, capital adequacy, operational efficiency, asset quality, and strategic positioning will continue to apply this model, help investors identify institutions with genuine structural resilience and those positioned for sustainable growth from banks whose recapitalization may compromise shareholders' value. The Security and Exchange Commission and industry experts have called for greater female participation in Nigerian capital markets, highlighting the critical role of women in strengthening financial institutions and boosting investors' confidence. The call was made during International Women's Day celebrations at the SEC headquarters in Abuja, where regulators and finance professionals emphasized the need for female leadership, financial literacy, and active investment participation. SEC Director General Dr. Emomotimi Agama noted that women have consistently contributed to the growth of the capital market, citing that resilience, commitment, and leadership across the sector, acknowledged female mentors and leaders, including former SEC Director Aruma Ote and former acting DG Mary Uduk, for shaping the institution's progress. Toyin Alabi, CEO of MoneyWise International, urged women to strengthen financial decision-making, embrace savings, investment, and long-term wealth creation, and avoid fraudulent schemes. Experts say empowering women financially is key to sustainable market development, encouraging female professionals to leverage their influence and build enduring financial security. To wrap up the Business News Hour, a robust digital setup has become essential for small businesses in Nigeria, extending far beyond the social media presence or mobile payment adoption. It involves integrating technology across operations to reach more customers, improve efficiency, and enable data-driven decision-making. Right, Temitokwe. In today's fast-paced business environment, a strong digital presence is critical for growth and competitiveness. Small business owners must adopt a holistic approach that embeds technology into sales operations and financial management, empowering them to optimize processes and drive sustainable growth. With that, we've come to the end of the Business News Hour this morning. My name is Gloria Brown Odibo. Thank you for joining us. Continue staying with Business Day Television for the latest updates, in-depth analysis, and insight shaping the business world.
Information is everywhere, but insights, that is rare. Business Day Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. Business Day Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond. From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture. Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money. We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
For many years, we've talked about the need to, essentially diversify our revenue stream away from, the huge dependence on oil revenues. It looks like that is happening now. So that means that we're better protected when, you have these wide fluctuations in oil prices and all of that. So it's
as you say, and I agree, that we should commend the government. At least revenues are not falling. There have been times in the past when we recorded drops in revenue. That's not the case today. We're seeing revenues actually going up.
Increasingly, we can see the developed countries focusing on renewable energy and so on and so forth, which means that in the long run, we must look for alternative sources to funding.
So, the government says that crude oil theft has essentially come to an end.
We need to do more to ensure that we totally eliminate crude oil theft and start to think of how to boost production. But it's a good first step. I mean, by eliminating crude oil theft, it also creates an incentive for international oil companies to probably return and, start to take up more projects in the upstream industries.
Stay ahead with Business Day Mobile, your gateway to Nigeria's most trusted business news, market insights, and expert analysis. With a Business Day Mobile app, you'll enjoy more than just news. You gain a seamless, intuitive platform designed to keep you informed and empowered. From exclusive articles to in-depth market trends, the app delivers the stories that matter most. Why Business Day Mobile? For premium access, for a clean, responsive design, for a smarter navigation, for customizable alerts, and for all-in-one business hub. Whether you're a business leader, investor, policymaker, or enthusiast, Business Day Mobile brings you closer to the insights shaping Nigeria's business landscape. Download today and put authoritative business journalism right at your fingertips, anytime, anywhere.
Information is everywhere, but insights, that is rare. Business Day Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. Business Day Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond. From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture. Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
We are not just showing off businesses, we're telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day Television.
Silence keeps stigma alive. Speaking up brings healing. When erectile dysfunction appears, many men lose more than function. They lose confidence, identity, and intimacy. Welcome to Health Matters, your #1 guide to health and wellness. I am Amanda Emosipue. Sometimes erectile dysfunction is not about performance. It's more about heart health, hormones, and mental well-being. Statistics show that erectile dysfunction cases have been reported to be as high as 52.3% to 66.4% in Nigerian men. With such alarming statistics, it's a wonder why it has such high prevalence in the society. Joining me to unpack this manhood myth and break the powerful silence behind erectile dysfunction is Dr. Adefusi Temiloluwa Oluwakorede. Thank you so much for joining us. So let's quickly explore this topic now.
Yeah.
What is erectile dysfunction?
Okay, brief introduction. Erectile dysfunction normally is defined as inability to attain or properly maintain proper penile erection for sustained sexual pleasure. That's how they define it. That is in simple terms. So for those that want to, for proper penetration, as it were, you require something as strong as possible.
Okay, so how can you, because there are many, there are different terms that seem almost similar to a layperson. So how can you differentiate between erectile dysfunction, low libido, and low sperm count?
Okay, I know formally erectile dysfunction is often described as impotence. I don't know if you're familiar with that term.
Yes.
Yes, so that's what it was often described as before now. But then people decided to go with the term erectile dysfunction because impotence could also mean that the person is sterile. So the person cannot get a guy cannot get a woman pregnant, as it were. So, and then that brings me back to your question, talking about
low sperm count,
low
low
libido,
libido,
and
and
erectile
erectile
dysfunction.
dysfunction. So erectile dysfunction is really about performance.
Okay.
So even if you have a desire, performance is not how can I say it now? Performance is not strong enough to match desire that you have. That's basically erectile dysfunction. Low libido, on the other hand, is a problem about desire. So desire is not even there. So the person is not even sure if they can attain proper erection because they don't even bother having the desire. So it's more like there's no sense for pleasure. Then low sperm count, on the other hand, is you have good enough erection, you have the desire, but then the person is not fertile enough, that's the word, to procreate, to impregnate someone of the opposite sex to give birth to a child.
Okay. So when we talk about erectile dysfunction, there is this prostate cancer that is very common. Can we say that erectile dysfunction is a warning sign of prostate cancer?
It will often make physicians to go ahead as to check also if they have other diseases. So for example, a patient that has hypertension and has not been properly checking up, or diabetes for example, has not been properly checking up and comes to the hospital because he can't sustain erection in bed and it feels less of a man, could be that particular situation where they don't discover this person is hypertensive or this person is diabetic. So there are a lot of diseases that are related, like I mentioned before, atherosclerosis, like hypertension, like diabetes, like multiple sclerosis, spinal cord injuries, in case of low hormones like hypogonadism. Then also issues with the brain, because there is usually this connection between, like I said, between the brain and then the reproductive organ. So when a patient has oversecretion of like prolactin, for example, it can also cause testosterone, on the other hand, to not be secreted enough, thereby causing reduced erection. That's due to hormonal response, as it were.
Okay, I maybe have gotten my answer, but just for clarification purposes,
yes.
As a person, I earlier asked about low libido, low sperm count, erectile dysfunction.
Yes.
But now, as a person with erectile dysfunction, what is the possibility of this person, having intercourse and being able to fertilize an egg?
Okay, so there are two things. First of all, is the fact that a person that has erectile dysfunction, it's not compulsory to say that the person has
low sperm count.
Low sperm count, exactly. So it means that even if a person has erectile dysfunction, the first problem is the fact that the person will not be able to have proper intercourse. But that's the first part. When they have proper intercourse, the next question is, now, what's the sperm count? So that's where, because having procreation basically centers around sperm count. So that's why you see people that have mature ejaculation and they still have children. So oftentimes, if the sperm count is normally, for normal men, sperm count usually goes between 100 to 300 million sperm cells per mil of semen. So if for any reason a man's sperm count is less than 16 million, that's a problem. That's one problem. Second is the fact that you now consider motility, because these sperm swim from where they ejaculated to where the eggs are. Now, how many percentage of these sperm cells are motile or mobile, as it were?
Okay.
If they're less than 40%, the probability of having a child also is less. Now, out of this, you also consider morphology. Usually, what they look like is like tadpoles. I don't know if you've seen tadpoles before. Children of the children of frogs, like they call it children of frogs, yes, or toad, as it were. Yes. Those oval shaped with long tails. That's the way sperm cells look like. So when you start seeing a sperm cell with two heads or with two tails, then those ones won't be able to swim. So if there is a lot of cells with poor morphology, as it were, or abnormal morphology in the semen, then it means that the person will not be able to have children. That also, you also consider how many of the sperm cells are actually alive. At least you have to have 58% of the sperm cells are alive for the person to be able to make children. So there are a lot of factors that are involved that will determine, or that will be able to make you to know if a man can have children, aside aside sexual intercourse.
Okay.
That's on the male side, because you even have to factor the females into the equation. You have to know if the man is ovulating, if she's fertile, how many eggs she has, kind of stuff. But on the men's side, after you have ruled out the fact that okay, this person has sexual desire, that's no libido, and you have ruled out, okay, fine, this person has erectile dysfunction, or this person doesn't have erectile dysfunction, you now have to factor in the sperm part of it. That's a whole
different
ball game entirely.
Yes.
And the sperm part is what determines if a person can procreate. So that's why some 2 minutes men, like they call them, can still have children. They just can't satisfy their wives like they should.
Okay, I just learned that if I'm right, if I learned properly, like some sperms, you might release a dead sperm.
Yes.
My mind is blown because I had no idea. But let me not digress. So let's. Why is it that older men are more vulnerable to erectile dysfunction and prostate cancer?
Okay, so I think it still goes in the line of what we've been discussing before now. Now for older people, how can I say it now? Even before we go to the internal organs, you notice that on older people, when you compared to the way our skins look, they are hydrated and then proper, I can say now, to touch it as it were, that's the word. They have flaccid skins, they've lost underground fats as it were, so they have flaccid looking skins, wrinkles and whatnot. So as it happens to them on the outside, it happens to them on the inside.
Okay.
So many times they have they call it, how do I put it? They say the vascular integrity. So many of the blood vessels they have, the way our hearts can pump, and then like per time you feel like you tell somebody I can feel my heart beating. Many times for older people, their blood vessels are weaker.
Okay.
Their blood vessels are much weaker. So meaning that oftentimes they, how can I put it? It's the reason why they are more prone to having hypertension than younger people are.
Yes.
So because of the fact that the way our blood vessels will pump blood fast, the way the blood vessels are elastic, that's not the way it is for older people. So that's one major issue. So for them, they have more lax blood vessels, first of all. Then the fact that they have lax blood vessels means that they will be compromised to the penis because of the fact that the blood vessels are not strong enough to hold blood in. So, and then that's also why they are often also prone to having, they are more in the population of those that have prostate cancer because of the fact that the blood supply to the prostate is compromised. So the prostate tries to create its own blood supply. So that's basically what happens.
All right, we're still talking about erectile dysfunction. We're breaking the powerful silence and the myth behind erectile dysfunction. Let's go on a quick break. This is Health Matters.
Information is everywhere, but insights, that is rare. Business Day Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. Business Day Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond. From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture. Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
We are not just showing off businesses. We're telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
For many years, we've talked about the need to, essentially diversify our revenue stream away from, the huge dependence on oil revenues. It looks like that is happening now. So that means that we're better protected when, you have these wide fluctuations in oil prices and all of that. So
But as you say, and I agree, that we should commend the government. At least revenues are not falling. There have been times in the past when we recorded drops in revenue. That's not the case today. We're seeing revenues actually going up.
Increasingly, we can see the developed countries focusing on renewable energy and so on and so forth, which means that in the long run, we must look for alternative sources to funding.
So, the government says that crude oil theft has essentially come to an end.
We need to do more to ensure that we totally eliminate crude oil theft and start to think of how to boost production. But it's a good first step. By eliminating crude oil theft, it also creates an incentive for international oil companies to probably return and start to take up more projects in the upstream industries.
Stay ahead with Business Day Mobile, your gateway to Nigeria's most trusted business news, market insights, and expert analysis. With a Business Day Mobile app, you enjoy more than just news. You gain a seamless, intuitive platform designed to keep you informed and empowered. From exclusive articles to in-depth market trends, the app delivers the stories that matter most. Why Business Day Mobile? For premium access, for a clean, responsive design, for a smarter navigation, for customizable alarm, and for all-in-one business hub. Whether you're a business leader, investor, policymaker, or enthusiast, Business Day Mobile brings you closer to the insights shaping Nigeria's business landscape. Download today and put authoritative business journalism right at your fingertips, anytime, anywhere.
Information is everywhere, but insights, that is rare. Business Day Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. Business Day Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond. From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you. We go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture. Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and
Good afternoon. This is the Business Day TV midday bulletin coming to you live from our studio here in Lagos, Nigeria. And coming up, Nigerian stock market crosses 197,000 threshold for the first time ever. Dangote refinery increases petrol price again to 1,175 naira. Zamfara government announces defection from PDP to APC. The US-Iran war is the biggest oil supply disruption in history. And thank you for joining us this afternoon. My name is Norma Obona. The Nigerian exchange crossed the 197,000 mark for the first time ever on night of March 2026, with the all-share index rising 228.8 points to close at 197,197.0. Trading activity showed moderate strength, with volume rising to 762.5 million shares from 585 million, reflecting cautious but improving investor participation. Equity capitalization followed suit, increasing slightly to 126.5 trillion naira across 806,488 deals, up from 126.43 trillion naira in Friday's session. And leading the market in value, Aradel topped with 5.07 billion naira, followed by Zenith Bank at 3.6 billion naira, driving the day's most significant transactions. And moving on from that, Dangote Petroleum Refinery has raised the gantry price of premium motor spirits to 1,175 naira per litre, marking the third upward adjustment within a week. The refinery announced the price hike to marketers on Monday, raising the gantry price from the premium motor spirit to 1,175 naira per litre from 995 naira per litre, announced on Friday, representing an increase of 180 naira, or about 18.1% within 3 days. The development came after the refinery suspended petrol loading operations and restricted truck out activities, which had fueled speculation among market participants about an imminent price adjustment. The latest revision, however, marks the fourth consecutive price review in less than 2 weeks. And still on, Deputy Governor of Zamfara State, Mani Malam Mumi, has announced a major political shift in the state, declaring that the state government is defecting from the People's Democratic Party to the All Progressives Congress. Momomi announced this on behalf of Governor Dauda Lawal, stating that the decision was taken after consultations with political stakeholders and supporters across the state. According to the Deputy Governor, the move is aimed at aligning Zamfara with the ruling party at the federal level to attract greater development opportunities and strengthen governorship in the state. This development comes amid a wave of political realignments across several states as politicians reposition themselves within Nigeria's evolving party dynamics. And coming up, the US-Iran war is the biggest oil supply disruption in history. We'll bring you more of this and later on after this commercial break.
Entrepreneurship is for everybody, but not everybody is for entrepreneurship.
They are the dreamers.
I remember it was like 3 a.m. by 21st of December 2021.
The disruptors.
Luxury is not affordable, let's be real.
The doers.
BusinessDay Academy has trained over 3,000 event professionals.
In a place where the odds don't play fair, they play harder.
I would like my business to be remembered as one of the homegrown organizations that has helped with shaping the narrative of this continent positively.
From first-time founders to industry giants, this is where serious business meets unexpected turns.
I could stay up hours of the night just watching things about space.
Welcome to Entrepreneurs Lounge with Norma, where we unravel the buzz and glamorous headshots to bring you the untold.
When I went for youth service, where I was sent to, instead of me to go to work, I went to go and learn how to sew.
Raw.
I'm blown away by the challenges they're facing.
And real stories of Nigeria's fearless young entrepreneurs.
And not only
yes. Watch Entrepreneurs Lounge with Norma every Tuesday on BusinessDay television.
The U.S. war against Iran has triggered the largest oil supply disruption in history, more than double the previous record set during the Middle East crisis of the 1950s. According to analysis conducted by a firm, about 20% of the world's oil supply has been disrupted for 9 days now, as tanker traffic through the Strait of Hormuz remains at a standstill, while crude prices surged above $100 per barrel in response. The biggest disruption prior to the current war was reportedly during the Suez Crisis of 1956, when Britain, France and Israel invaded Egypt's Sinai Peninsula, where about 10% of the world's oil supply at the time was disrupted. The disruption triggered by the closure of the strait is nearly 3 times the size of the shock caused by the Arab oil embargo of 1973, Rapedian analysts have told us. The Arab embargo disrupted about 97% of the global supplies. Analysts say the big difference between the supply shock of the Iran war and the past crisis in the world has no spare oil capacity to address the problem. And away from that story, the federal government has set a target of securing over $50 billion in trade and investment deals at the 2027 Intra-African Trade Fair, which was held here in Lagos, Nigeria. Minister of Industry, Trade and Investment, Jumoke Oduwole, revealed this during the signing of the IATF 2027 hosting agreement in Lagos on Monday. The agreement formally confirms Nigeria's commitment to host the 5th edition of the Continental Trade Fair in November 2027. The project deal value represents an increase from $48.3 billion in agreements signed during the 4th edition for the fair held in Algeria in September 2025. Oduwole revealed that Nigeria expects strong participation at the event, with over 100,000 physical and virtual attendees projected to take part in the trade fair. And also, average yields in Nigeria's sovereign bonds rose in the latest trading week as subdued activity in the domestic fixed income market and a broader global bond sell-off pushed returns higher. Data released by the Financial Market Dealers Association on Monday, March 9, 2026, shows that the average yield on the federal government of Nigeria bonds increased to 16.13% last week from 15.46% 2 weeks earlier. According to the professional body of the dealing members from commercial banks and other authorized financial institutions, the increase reflects weak trading volumes in the local bond market, triggered by rising global tensions.
The mixed movement across maturities reportedly suggests that investors are selectively adjusting their exposure, with strong pressure observed at the short end of the yield curve. And now to end the local news, the Joint Admissions and Matriculation Board JAMB has clarified that it's not responsible for admissions into higher national diploma programs or for the inability of some polytechnic graduates to be mobilized for the National Youth Service Corps. The Registrar of JAMB, Isaac Oluyede, has made the clarification while meeting with the leadership of the National Association of Polytechnic Students led by Comrade Paul Ogayan. This comes amid long-standing complaints by polytechnic graduates over difficulties with NYSC mobilization for HND holders, with some students wrongly attributing the problem to JAMB. In his words, JAMB's mandate is limited to conducting entrance examinations and processing admissions into first-degree national diploma and Nigerian certificate in education programs, stressing that the board does not admit candidates into higher national diploma programs in polytechnics. Oloyede advised students to experiencing challenges with NYSC mobilization to direct their complaints to the appropriate institutions rather than the board. Coming up, Africa records highest aviation accident rate globally in 2025. We'll bring you these and more after this short break.
Information is everywhere, but insights, that is rare. Business Day Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. Business Day Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond. From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture. Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
The International Air Transport Association has revealed that Africa recorded the highest aviation accident rate in the world in 2025, underscoring persistent challenges in runway safety, turboprop operations, and timely accident investigations. According to a report on Monday on the website, 7 accidents occurred in Africa, down from 11 in 2024, resulting in an all-accident rate of 7.86 per million flights, below the 5-year regional average of 9.37. The continent's fatality risk, however, increased sharply from 0 in 2024 to 2.19 per million flights, largely driven by turboprop incidents. IATA noted that 71% of accidents involving African operators involved turboprops, while the most common types were runway excursions and other end-state events, where precise classification was not possible due to limited information. And also, Kenya Pipeline Company's shares traded marginally higher in early trade on Tuesday after listing on the Nairobi Stock Exchange. According to reports, the shares were trading at 9.4 shillings compared to the initial public offering price of 9 shillings per share. The Kenyan government sold a 65% stake in the pipeline company, raising 106.3 billion shillings, equivalent to $823.07 million in the East African country's first major IPO in nearly 2 decades. The IPO was oversubscribed despite earlier concerns over lower valuations from some banks, an extended offer period, and a local media reports of investor apathy. The government has said it will use 15 to 20 billion shillings of the proceeds from the IPO to expand the country's main airport in the capital, Nairobi. And on to the foreign scene, G7 nations have said they are ready to take necessary measures to support the global supply of energy after the US-Israel war with Iran sent oil prices surging. A meeting of G7 finance ministers and the International Energy Agency, however, ended without an agreement to release strategic crude reserves. The oil price reached nearly $120 a barrel on Monday over fears of lengthy disruptions to supplies, before falling back sharply after President Trump raised hopes the war would end soon. At a virtual meeting, the option of releasing oil from stockpiles was one of several discussed. The head of the IEA Fate Bureau says global oil markets have deteriorated in the recent days. And still on, artificial intelligence firm Anthropic has filed a first of its kind lawsuit against the US government over claims that it is a supply chain risk. The AI's firm's chief executive Dario Amade and Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth have been publicly rowing due to the company's refusal to allow the military unfettered use of its AI tools. The Pentagon retaliated by making Anthropic the first US company to be labeled a supply chain risk, while Anthropic said in its lawsuit on Monday against a list of US government agencies that the government's action was unprecedented and unlawful. According to reports, a spokesperson of the U.S. Department of Defense, however, declined the comment, citing a policy on active litigation. Nigerian national football team coach and revered Modakeke High Chief Festus Adegboye Onigminde has passed away at the age of 88, leaving behind a remarkable legacy in Nigerian and African football. The respected tactician, widely known as the teacher, was one of the pioneers of indigenous coaching in Nigeria and played a major role in shaping the country's football development for decades. Onibinde was born in Modakeke, Osun State, where he later became a revered traditional high chief and respected community leader. The late Onibinde made history when he led Nigeria to the 2002 FIFA World Cup in Korea, Japan, becoming the first indigenous Nigerian coach to manage the Super Eagles at the football's biggest global tournament. The league has warned Barcelona that Newcastle United pose a serious threat to their UEFA Champions League ambitions, describing the English top flight as the best league in the world. Barcelona traveled to St. James Park for Tuesday's round of 16 first leg clash as favourites to reach the quarter-finals. The Spanish Giants, five-time European champions, currently sit top of La Liga and boast of a star-studded squad. Newcastle, meanwhile, are struggling domestically and sit 12th in the Premier League while also chasing a historic run in Europe's elite competition. And this is where we wrap up the Business Day television midday bulletin this afternoon. Remember to follow us across all our platforms and subscribe to our YouTube channel for more. I am Norma Ubona. Many thanks for watching.
Information is everywhere, but insights, that is rare. Business Day Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. Business Day Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond. From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture. Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
This is Business Week. A weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
For many years, we've talked about the need to, essentially diversify our revenue stream away from, the huge dependence on oil revenues. It looks like that is happening now. So that means that we're better protected when, you have these wide fluctuations in oil prices and all of that. So it's
as you say, and I agree, that we should commend the government. At least revenues are not falling. There have been times in the past when we recorded drops in revenue. That's not the case today. We're seeing revenues actually going up.
Increasingly, we can see the developed countries focusing on renewable energy and so on and so forth, which means that in the long run, we must look for alternative sources to funding.
So, the government says that crude oil theft has essentially come to an end.
We need to do more to ensure that we totally eliminate crude oil theft and start to think of how to boost production. But it's a good first step. By eliminating crude oil theft, it also creates an incentive for international oil companies to probably return and start to take up more projects in the upstream industries.
Stay ahead with Business Day Mobile, your gateway to Nigeria's most trusted business news, market insights, and expert analysis. With a Business Day Mobile app, you enjoy more than just news. You gain a seamless, intuitive platform designed to keep you informed and empowered. From exclusive articles to in-depth market trends, the app delivers the stories that matter most. Why Business Day Mobile? For premium access, for a clean, responsive design, for a smarter navigation, for customizable alerts, and for all-in-one business hub. Whether you're a business leader, investor, policymaker, or enthusiast, Business Day Mobile brings you closer to the insights shaping Nigeria's business landscape. Download today and put authoritative business journalism right at your fingertips, anytime, anywhere.
Information is everywhere, but insights, that is rare. Business Day Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. Business Day Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond. From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you. We go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture. Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day Television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on
how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by BusinessDay Television.
For many years, we've talked about the need to, essentially diversify our revenue stream away from, the huge dependence on oil revenues. It looks like that is happening now. So that means that we're better protected when, you have these wide fluctuations in oil prices and all of that. So it's
as you say, and I agree, that we should commend the government. At least revenues are not falling. There have been times in the past when we recorded drops in revenue. That's not the case today. We're seeing revenues actually going up.
Increasingly, we can see the developed countries focusing on renewable energy and so on and so forth, which means that in the long run, we must look for alternative sources to funding.
So, the government says that crude oil theft has essentially come to an end.
We need to do more to ensure that we totally eliminate crude oil theft and start to think of how to boost production. But it's a good first step. By eliminating crude oil theft, it also creates an incentive for international oil companies to probably return and start to take up more projects in the upstream industries.
Stay ahead with Business Day Mobile, your gateway to Nigeria's most trusted business news, market insights, and expert analysis. With a Business Day Mobile app, you enjoy more than just news. You gain a seamless, intuitive platform designed to keep you informed and empowered. From exclusive articles to in-depth market trends, the app delivers the stories that matter most. Why Business Day Mobile? For premium access, for a clean, responsive design, for smarter navigation, for customizable alerts, and for all-in-one business hub. Whether you're a business leader, investor, policymaker, or enthusiast, Business Day Mobile brings you closer to the insights shaping Nigeria's business landscape. Download today and put authoritative business journalism right at your fingertips, anytime, anywhere.
Information is everywhere, but insights, that is rare. Business Day Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. Business Day Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond. From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you. We go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture. Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day Television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it. And I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and you know.
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
For many years, we've talked about the need to, essentially diversify our revenue stream away from, the huge dependence on oil revenues. It looks like that is happening now. So that means that we're better protected when, you have these wide fluctuations in oil prices and all of that. So it's
as you say, and I agree, that we should commend the government. At least revenues are not falling. There have been times in the past when we recorded drops in revenue. That's not the case today. We're seeing revenues actually going up.
Increasingly, we can see the developed countries focusing on renewable energy and so on and so forth, which means that in the long run, we must look for alternative sources to funding.
So, the government says that crude oil theft has essentially come to an end.
We need to do more to ensure that we totally eliminate crude oil theft and start to think of how to boost production. But it's a good first step. By eliminating crude oil theft, it also creates an incentive for international oil companies to probably return and start to take up more projects in the upstream industries.
Stay ahead with Business Day Mobile, your gateway to Nigeria's most trusted business news, market insights, and expert analysis. With a Business Day Mobile app, you enjoy more than just news. You gain a seamless, intuitive platform designed to keep you informed and empowered. From exclusive articles to in-depth market trends, the app delivers the stories that matter most. Why Business Day Mobile? For premium access, for a clean, responsive design, for a smarter navigation, for customizable alerts, and for all-in-one business hub. Whether you're a business leader, investor, policymaker, or enthusiast, Business Day Mobile brings you closer to the insights shaping Nigeria's business landscape. Download today and put authoritative business journalism right at your fingertips, anytime, anywhere.
Information is everywhere, but insights, that is rare. Business Day Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. Business Day Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond. From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis,
Hello rich people, and welcome to another episode of Entrepreneurs Lounge with Norma, right here on BDTV, where we highlight the stories of established young Nigerian founders, CEOs, businessmen and women. I'm your host, Norma Obodna, and today joining me on the lounge is Olatunde. Olatunde Alayaki is the founder of Jeun, a food tech company delivering wholesome, convenient Nigerian and fused meals made just how people like them. An innovation-driven approach to reimagining Nigerian and African cuisine for the modern world. With a degree in civil engineering from the University of Bath, England,
Olatunde's professional journey has included working with renowned firms such as Arup & Curtains in the UK, as well as Sahara Group in Lagos, Nigeria. His experiences also include supporting the interests and execution of investment projects across Nigeria and Africa, such as the Africa Collective, an initiative relating to the World Economic Forum, and the AFCFTA, which ultimately sparked his desire to pursue entrepreneurship. He's a believer in the power of purpose and innovation. Olatunde also harbors a big love for space and rocket development. Welcome to the show, Olatunde.
Thank you very much.
Okay, so we're going to jump right into today's questions because we have a lot for you.
Right.
I've seen you do so many things, go from corporate to having your own business. So
yeah.
I can imagine, what's that like, moving from that kind of structure and then starting your own stuff?
It's a different experience, firstly, but I think it's one thing. The corporate structure obviously helps you to be able to understand how to work and serve, right? And so when you're setting up your own business, when I was setting up Gel, it was very important that I took certain things that I had learned and seen, maybe my managers do, or just implementing the whole vision for the company as well. So I think, it was there was obviously a difference, but I think it was worth it to have that corporate experience and then start my own thing. Yes.
So would you say it's easier running a business or working for a business? Which one do you think is easier?
I think my own opinion is that it's easier to work for another person, because carrying the vision and carrying the weight of the vision and trying to implement it and share it with so many people is a task on its own, and I think that any entrepreneur faces that every day. So it's not just about you and the product and the customer, it's about you, the systems, the structures, the people, and then that goes to the customer, right? So I think every day you're thinking constantly, how do I pass across this message, this vision of what we're trying to build to everyone that I'm employing, so that they can also do the same to the customer. So I think it's definitely harder to do your own thing. Yeah, there's a lot more responsibility and weight on your shoulder. Yes.
So where did you first receive the vision for Gel? Because there's a consistency with the taste of the jollof rice in particular. I've not had anything close to it. So where did you get the vision that, okay, this is how we're going to structure this particular recipe, this is how we're going to do this? How did you birth this entire idea?
I think firstly it's important to track back a little bit, right? So I'm from a civil engineering background. Uni was civil engineering, and then I moved back and I was really interested in the food and agricultural space, right? Farm to table, right? Looking at the whole value chain of the whole food system, right? And I think one thing that stood out for me was, even before I started Gel, I had forward a bit into, I would say, agricultural sector. So we're looking at smallholder farmers and how we could get their produce from them directly to the markets. But it was a bit of a capital intensive venture, because you have to think about cold chain storage, all of these kind of things from maybe the north. You're thinking about the road infrastructure, all of these kind of things. So it was a bit heavy. And so because I was looking at all the different aspects, whether it was distribution or the farm aspect or processing, or the table aspect, which is in the form of restaurants and food businesses, right? For me, it was then okay, if I can't start here, then maybe I should just go and start with selling food, right? And for me, I couldn't comprehend, wow, Latine, what have you going to say? You're selling food now? I think that was the first fear that I had. But for me, it was important to stay true to myself and stay true to, what I believed about the food and agricultural sector, and how I felt like it's such a critical part to Nigeria's development, right? And I thought also as well that, if I understand the issues at the table side, then I'll be able to backwards integrate into the other things that I had an interest in, right? The farming aspect of things. So with Gel, I just remember there was a day where I was thinking about, okay, how do we do a table side of things, right? My most experience with food before that was cooking at uni, right? So there wasn't Nigerian food readily available, and so I would cook from time to time. My first jollof rice was not the best, but by the time I left uni, people were calling me to come and make, like, my friends. It was just a thing. It wasn't anything I thought about selling. It was just like people would come to me and say, Latine, your jollof, Latine, your fried rice. Do you understand? And I kept on doing that because I love to do that, right? I haven't had a page called He Cooks, right? So I used to, cook and, just post pictures of my food. Yeah, the page is actually still up. It can come up, right? And so I'll just post and things like that. So 3 years later, I was just thinking about it and the word Jeon just came to mind, right? But I didn't know what I wanted Jeon to be. I just knew that, I wanted it to be something and something impactful. And in terms of marketing, I think I was very much like, we had to do this in a different way, because what I saw in Nigeria was people were speaking a lot about, like, okay, they'll show the food, they'll say you can buy this, you can buy that, but nobody was speaking about, like, showing the people. It was almost like the food marketing space was a bit different, right? And I think with John, we really wanted to do something different. So to your question, it was really just about, like, this journey I'd had through the food and agricultural sector, and the word John just came to mind, and I knew it was God inspired, and I decided to just run with that and just see. So we didn't even, with the Mighty Jollof, for example, I always say this to people, like, it wasn't something we didn't sit down and start doing, no, because I didn't even have that experience, right? There are certain things I'm learning about the food industry now that I didn't know before, but there was a leap of faith that I took to just say, you know what, we're going to call it Mighty Jollof, and that Mighty is going to be, in a sense, what it will be. And now Mighty Jollof is our bestseller at Gel.
Mighty Jollof. People should try it.
Yeah, it was just really just going along the process and trusting that there was something Latine can give to this industry, and 1 year and a couple some months in, we're doing just that, I believe, and we can do more. Yes.
So let's calm down small, because now, like, we are going all business, So, like, what is the vibe of your workplace? What's, like, the vibe? If you could describe it with a song, what would be the name of the song?
With a song, I would say a song, like, it's actually my favorite song at the moment. Okay. So maybe like Za is by An Endless Ocean. And I would say the reason why I say that, it's a bit like, fun, and there are stressful days in our workplace for but I think that one thing that always happens when people come and interview is they say, you know what, like, I really like how you guys seem like a family. Do you understand? So there are fun days, but there are also days where we're just, like, really excited about what we're doing, and everyone is keyed into everything. So I'll say it's that, because it's a bit upbeat, but obviously the lyrics are still quite serious. I'll say that.
Okay, so we hear a lot about wins and entrepreneurship. Some people, they'll say, I made my first 1 million naira, I made my first $1 billion from all of that. But food business happens to be, yes, one of the most profitable, but I do think that there are downsides. Do you agree with this?
Yeah, certainly. I think with any venture that you have in Nigeria, across the world, there will always be downsides, right? I think, it's a ripe industry for sure, because the demand is very high across Lagos, across Nigeria for food, right? But there are downsides because at the end of the day, you have a vision to set something up, right? And it's just like civil engineering. It was really about buildings and structures, right? So they're setting up the foundation. There's now the pillars and the columns and the beams and all of these kind of things. So I think that, at every stage you encounter difficulties. So yeah, there are downsides to, building anything, I believe. Yeah.
Okay. So if you had 1 hour with one of the top business men or women in the world, who would that be?
In the world, I would say Elon Musk.
Ooh, yeah. Why Elon?
Like, Elon is just like, I mean, I disagree with certain things sometimes, but I think that Elon is, I've really just been inspired by his, desire to go after things, right? And I'm a big fan of space and rocket development, so I've seen SpaceX build. I wasn't there from the start, but seeing their development over the last 10 years or so has been quite inspiring to see. And seeing the other things that he does, is he's doing like Tesla, SpaceX, and all of these kind of things, and the guy is just a machine, like so it's just like, how do you balance all of these things? It's, he doesn't limit himself. So yeah, I would say 1 hour with Elon would be good. Yeah.
I don't know if you know of you've heard about the news where they sent Egusi to space. Would Jen be sending jollof rice? I will just know in case they are sending people to Mars anytime soon. So if you're going there, I would like to be in space as well.
Yeah, definitely. I want to go to Mars as well. I want to go to the moon. So if they're sending jollof, like they should choose.
Please choose Jen to jollof. Please.
Yeah, and the founder as well. Call me and I'll be there.
Okay, so it's been a very beautiful journey, and way before that, before it became Jen, it became a thing. When was the moment where you sat down and you were like, "Oh, I'm really doing this thing, like this Jen thing, I'm really doing it"? When was that moment for you?
Before it started? So in 2023, I had left a job that I was doing within the investment space, right? And as at the time where I left the job, I didn't have any plan B. Like, I didn't know what I was going to do. I just know that I upped and left, right? And I just told myself that, look, Latine, you have to get something, because the reason why I left was because I felt like there was something more, but I couldn't put my hands on it. Like, it was an amazing job, it was giving me a lot of exposure, but at the same time, where there's that tussle in your heart saying, okay, I could go down this road and it'll be nice and it'll be good, but then I don't believe that it helps me fulfill my full potential or purpose. So with Jen, I think there was one day where I just decided, you know what, like, I'm going to pursue this thing. I have a name, I have an idea, it's going to be Nigerian, right? And so we're going to pursue this to the fullest of my ability. And one thing I always dedicate myself to is putting 100% in everything I do. So there is no 20, there's no 30. It's just like I could run with something and I'm just going to, until it fails, I'm there. Do you understand? Showing up 100% every day. So I think it was just a series of moments where I just decided, yeah, we're going to pursue this. And thanks to the people around me, they also enabled and pushed me into like just following my dreams and doing what I thought was best for my life. Yeah.
That brings me to the next question, which is, who do you go to when things get hard?
I go to God. I think that's the most important thing. I go to God, but I also have a lovely support system around me. Things get hard, and I think, with entrepreneurs, you start to realize that yes, the business is front and center, but at the end of the day, you're also a human being who has you have your downtimes, you have your moments of pure excitement and all of these kind of things. And sometimes it's really about how do I translate, because you're working with people as well, you're trying to motivate them towards the vision. So you can't be a Debbie Downer in your own environment, right? So I think, the people around me, my friends, my family, those are people that are really, really important. But I'll say the first person I go to has to be God. Like, it's just,
So you're an intentional person from this conversation and from the business that we see online. What is one odd or weird habit that we do not know that you like to share with us?
Habit, maybe that I could stay up hours of the night just watching like things about space.
Wow.
Yeah. Or like yesterday I was on my phone and I was, the ChatGPT voice thing. So I was literally going back and forth about why technology hasn't advanced so far that we can be able to I don't know if you warp travel. So it's something from Star Trek, and it's a lot of space jargon.
I'm lost there.
So just things like that. I think I could just stay up hours. There was one day that I think SpaceX had launched a rocket with people on it for the first time in 11 years from America. Right? So I remember just crying that day. And my sister came out. So I was like, "What are you doing?" So I think if anything, I'd say
God. Okay. So, what is your favorite time to work?
To work?
Yes.
I'd say, so I'm more active for some reason in the night time, right? So I tend to do a lot of work, like after 12 a.m. I'm locked in. As far as there's good Wi-Fi, I like doing a lot of work before I sleep, and then although sometimes I realize now that it's not healthy because I need to also get the balance, but I would say I work best at night. But also I would say in terms of environment, it's like when we're having like team calls and team discussions and people are really locked in, I think that's like another good environment where I work really well as well.
Okay, this interview is coming to an end. Unfortunately, I'm having a very wonderful time, so we just have like 2 more questions and then we are done. Our viewers, I hope you're having a wonderful time. So if you were to start this business again, or if you meet someone that wants to start from the beginning, what are the pieces of advice that you would give the person?
One key thing that I would say first is really just embrace the journey, right? And don't be afraid of failing, right? So I think that failing is something that we shy away from, as you know, maybe in this part of the world or whatever. But I think that, and failure can come in different, failure can come in a day, can come in the moment, it can come with the entirety of what you think you're building. But I think like embrace, learning and embrace that, because failure points are learning points as well, right? So if something doesn't work out right, then you know how to do it better next time. So I think if I was starting again, it would just be, because I think in the start I put a lot of pressure on, okay, by month 6 it must be here, by year 1 it must be here. But I think right now, 1 year and some months in, I think I'm just really just enjoying the process, and there's no pressure on Latin Day, there's no pressure on, like, the pressure really is on making sure that the customers are served right, even if it's the one customer. So I think for me it's just like, if everyone on the team has that idea and I have that idea, then success is inevitable, right? So just really embrace the journey and believe in what you're doing, because there are a lot of people that will say, why are you guys doing the things in that way? Why are you marketing in that way? You're spending a lot of money on that. You should spend a lot of money in this. But what we don't realize is that to do things that are truly innovative and groundbreaking, you probably have to seem like the odd one out amongst everyone else, right? So at the end of the day, I think it's just like, believe that you have something in you to give to the world, right? And whatever form that takes, however long it takes, just keep believing is what I'll say.
Okay, and finally, I don't want to end this conversation though. Okay, so after all of this is said and done, and we are packing up, we are leaving Earth finally to move to Mars. What is one thing you want to be remembered for, and what is one legacy you want your business to leave?
Oof, that's heavy. So there are 2 things. So what do I want to be remembered for? I think for me, it's just like, I was a man on a mission, right? That, and that mission is really just about fulfilling my God-given purpose. I think that's the most important thing for me, right? So whatever form or shape that takes is really okay by me, right? And in terms of the business itself with Gelm, I think it's really just like, because our vision is to be the ultimate food lifestyle partner. And what we see about that is that we want people to come to Gelm and have lunch. We want people to have Gelm stocked in their fridge and their freezers. We want people to have Gelm at their wedding parties, at their birthdays, at their celebrations. So it's like Gelm day for you every time you want Gelm to be there for you. So I think that's what we really want to be remembered for. So when all is said and done, and we have finally built that building, and the roof is there and everything is nice, it's like that building of Gelm should be remembered for just doing what it said it would do in the first place, which is to be there for you every time that you want it to be there for you. And that's why we're heavy on customization, because you might come to Gelm and say, oh, I don't eat fish, so don't add any crayfish to anything that you're making for me, and we'll do that, right? And so it's really important for us that we're listening to our customers and that we are growing with our customers as well.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
To our viewers, I'm sure that you've learned a lot from this conversation. I wish I had my pen and paper, but I will definitely be rewatching to get all the nuggets and gems that are lying in this conversation. Until next time, I am Norma Obona, your host. And today we had Latunde, the CEO, and Chief Steward at Geo. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Entrepreneurship is for everybody, but not everybody is for entrepreneurship.
They are the dreamers.
I remember it was like 3 a.m. on 21st of December 2021.
The disruptors.
Life is not affordable, let's be real.
The doers.
BusinessDay Academy has trained over 3,000 event professionals.
In a place where the odds don't play fair, they play harder.
I would like my business to be remembered as one of the homegrown organizations that has helped with shaping the narrative of this continent positively.
From first-time founders to industry giants, this is where serious business meets unexpected turns.
I could stay up hours of the night just watching like things about space.
Welcome to Entrepreneurs Lounge with Norma, where we unravel the buzz and glamorous headshots to bring you the untold.
When I went for youth service, where I was sent to, instead of me to go to work, I went to go and learn how to sew.
Raw.
I'm blown away by the challenges they're facing.
And real stories of Nigeria's fearless young entrepreneurs.
And not only
yes. Watch Entrepreneurs Lounge with Norma every Tuesday on BusinessDay television.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by BusinessDay Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Moses.
When you think of business, think no more, think BusinessDay.
I know that BusinessDay Television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shade of doubt.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by BusinessDay Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Moses.
When you think of business, think no more, think BusinessDay.
I know that BusinessDay Television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shade of doubt.
our industry focus on the way. And as usual, like you know, we do this thing like we're born to do it. Some will say, others say skill. Anyways, it is industry focus. Let's give you that which you need. Normally, we will bring you away all the happenings going on in our industry, so you stay with us. That is the reason why we do it every 12:30 right here. Highlights will come your way, economic and business values, and how it affects the GDP of Nigeria. More importantly, Nigerians globally. Welcome to Industry Focus. Most definitely, here are our segments of the day. One quote on the day, at the same time, real estate and how it affects Nigerians. Secondly, I will throw your way retrospect on real estate. Then secondly, or rather thirdly, Captain's opinion with our fantastic guest, Chika Okeke, principal consultant broker, Gainesville Realty. Gainesville Realty, I use that word, better still. Kind of sound alike, but it's okay. All right, then of course, topic here, we're looking at royal way to make it happen. At the same time, the role of real estate development when it comes to the agenda we're talking about here. All this coming your way. Plus, deal or no deal, you don't want to miss anything for the world. They say federal government plans to reform the real estate sector. Stay with me. We'll be right back. When you can Valentine's my name. This is Industry Focus. We'll be right back. Welcome back. All right, our quotes for today, two of them, but one first and foremost should touch you a little bit more. It says here, 90% of all millionaires become so through owning real estate. I take it again. It says 90 of all millionaires become so through owning real estate. You might agree with me, you might disagree with me. Well, my guest is right here to break it down. Then our second quote here says, quite interesting. I like the second quote. It says, buying real estate is not only the best way, it is the quickest way and safest way, but the only way to become wealthy. Take that to the bank. They might give you money. Don't forget to bring 10% here for those who made it happen. All right. So let's jump into this retrospect very quickly so that you get to understand why real estate is quite important. So, with years moving through by high market volatilization, or put this way, high market issues and economy hardship, including accelerating inflation and hike in customer price, real estate in Nigeria has gone through a lot. Some will say it holds its ground as that which makes it more, reliable when it comes to the sector, financial investment, high level buildings, and numerous residential projects. Whichever you call it, the question is this. Now, is this going to be sustainable? All this we'll be asking our guest because of the challenges we have. So let's look to our guest. So just our guest, Chika Okeke, is the principal consultant and broker of Gainesville Realty, a boutique real estate advisory firm focused on high value residential and investment properties across key growth corridors in Lagos and beyond. With a strong grounding in real estate brokerage, market analysis, and investment advisory, Chika leads property transactions from strategy to execution, representing clients across full spectrum of buying, selling, leasing, and portfolio positioning. Her role, there's more. Her role centers on aligning clients' objectivity with market opportunities, ensuring each transaction delivers optimum value, clarity, and long-term returns. I can go on and on and on. She's also a broadcaster too. But let me jump to our guest. Chika,
Valentine, thank you so much. How noble, how kind of you. I feel very welcomed. And I'm excited to be here. Let's have it. Let's have it.
Let's have it, right? Okay. I know that for a while there's always been media.
Yeah.
But at some point you probably started going for the big box.
Okay.
You
say so.
I said you chose, real estate, how do you pronounce it? Realty.
Real estate.
Okay, real estate.
And they say realty, yeah.
Okay, realty.
Yeah.
Okay, so I hope I got it correct.
Yeah.
But before we jump into the hard questions, our viewers have thrown some questions my way.
Absolutely.
But let us first find out, how is real estate at the moment?
It's the best of both worlds. You know how it is with in any developing system or in developing countries, you have the highs and the lows,
right?
And then you have all of those inconsistencies in between. But there's potential. There's huge potential. Okay. If you look at the stats for 2024, for instance, real estate contributed 5.4% to our nation's GDP. That tells you that real estate is a strong economic player. And then 5% of our economic output as well also came from real estate. At the end of 2025, keep in mind that real estate was projected to hit 2.25 trillion. Right. In terms of market value. And so what that says to you is real estate is the core. It is the core, I mean, for everything that we do and say. And there's this very base, simple definition of real estate, but it helps to put things in proper perspective. We often say that real estate is everything on land, everything above it, and everything under it.
Okay.
If you open your eyes, your mind's eyes, to the potential that lies there in that definition, then you can understand why real estate is very centric to everything we do, whether we're gearing for national development, we're gearing for economic growth. And that's why policymakers who understand, who know what policy is about, they know for a fact that policies that will hit the mark and hit the ground running, such that we can get impactful economic development that is sustainable, that is long-term, has to be centered on key core foundational pillars of any economy, and that's real estate. You cannot do nothing, no other sector can function in abstraction. We're in the studio, for instance. This is real estate. In the manufacturing sector, they need warehousing, right? In tech, you need offices, you need data centers. The healthcare sector needs hospitals, needs labs, tourism. The tourism industry needs hotels, needs resorts. And so there's practically nothing that you can do that real estate isn't serving. And so when policymakers understand that fact, then they can then position and do the work that's required so that we can see the results that we desperately want to see in our economy.
See the results that we desperately want to see in our economy. Chika, you're hitting this thing on the head.
I have to.
I must say that it makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
Those of you back home watching, I've got Chika Okeke in the building. We've just barely scratched the surface. More is coming your way. Our key questions here, which they've thrown at me to ask you.
Absolutely.
Now, they say, based on the capital catalyst question, it says here, a development around the agenda needs some form of capital, right?
Yeah.
Always an issue. Capital, money, how do you get money to start all these things? But more importantly, how can someone who wants to get into this whole thing strategically now say, I want to do this thing. I don't have the money, but even if I have the money, will it be a viable option? Will it be a successful, business venture moving forward within those angles? Looking at REIT and all that stuff.
So real estate is a sector that doesn't beg for capital. It attracts it, right? If it is done right.
It attracts.
It attracts. If it is done and structured right. Because like I've said before, real estate governs how we live, where we live, how we work, how we learn, how we heal, how we rest. Like human existence, the brain of human existence falls back to real estate. And so when you understand that instruments, for instance, like REITs that you mentioned, it enables us to take, cash that's just lying there. Some people earn pensions. Some people have savings. They don't know what to do with it. There's diaspora capital. There's retail investors who are looking for where to push their funds. But you see, what real estate does now is, with instruments like real estate investment trust, it provides you a transparent way to come together. So it's not just you. So regardless of how little you have, you can come together and infuse those funds that are just lying there into national assets.
Right.
Productive national assets. So we are talking about malls, we're talking about commercial spaces, logistics, offices, housing, of course, which is the basic need, one of the most important basic needs of man, and even infrastructure linked projects. This is the way that we can begin to see development in any nation. Look at countries like the UAE, countries like China, countries like Singapore. How were they able to become industrialized in so quick a time? It's because they paid attention to the intentionality of how they use land, how land is used, the regulation of housing and urban planning. And so those are models that we can emulate if we're serious about the business. And investors, international investors too, are everywhere, but they're looking for certain things. They're not just looking for returns, they're looking for scale, they're looking for stability, they're looking for exit routes for their investment. One beautiful thing about real estate is that it is tangible, so it's always going to be there. You don't need to maintain it. Like if you get land in its real form, it's just lying there piling up on appreciation. You don't need to do so much. It's tangible. It's something you can feel, you can touch. It's always there. It's immobile. So real estate is tangible. It's inflation hedged. Whether or not the prices go back and forth, you acquire real estate, you've locked in the price that you entered into that investment with. It can only go up if certain things are in place, if growth factors are in place. So real estate is tangible, it's inflation hedged, and it is long term. All of this ensures that if you're a small-time investor who is looking to start small, you can come together, crowdfund, invest as a team. Everything is set up in trust, and you can make the most of your returns. Real estate is not crypto that you can say something is going to come out. It is there, tangible, and it's a very safe, secure. If you do it right and do due diligence, it's a very safe and practical way to invest, and the returns can be mind-blowing if you keep in mind the most important things like location, where development is headed, and go there before it gets there.
Go there before it gets there. Stay with us here before you get well. I didn't get that right correctly, but that's fine. All right, so
thank you. Attempts are right. You sure that should be your main hustle?
I'm thinking so. But again, they say real estate pays more money, so I should speak.
That's what everybody says.
I mean, that's the truth. If you look at it, people in real estate, I when I see them go to the bank, they always come down smiling. I'm like, wait a minute, how much you guys will make in this business?
If you're doing the work, you're going to smile and cry. For instance, from a developer point of view, if you're doing the work, if you're not embezzling people's funds, you're doing the work because it's a tough time.
Well, so yeah.
As a founder, you've been doing this for like 8 years now, since 2018. What's one biggest misconception that people have about healthcare business in Africa?
I'm not sure I really know what the biggest misconception is. I haven't really queried that, but I'd say in business in general, just business. I hear people say to me, you're CEO now, so you determine your time, like you have time to flex, you have time to. I'm like, I work the hardest out of everybody in my team. I'm the hardest worker, and trust me, I have a solid team, right? But I am the hardest worker because guess what? If I don't work, mouths don't get fed, right? So a lot is dependent on me. I mean, I am the driver of this vision. I hope that the vision will outlive me, right? The vision is bigger than me, but right now we're in a position where I'm driving the vision. And so if I don't put it 1,000%, the company, we're not going to achieve that vision and that goal and that mission. We're not going to get there, or maybe we'll get there, but we'll get there a lot slower, right? So I think that generally is a misconception. I also had a misconception that it was, roses and petals before I went into business. Nothing in this world could have. Yes, nothing in this world could have prepared me for what I was going into, right? So I think generally, I'd say that's one of the misconceptions that comes to mind right now.
Talking about your team now, how do you keep them motivated? That's one. Then choosing the right team for a business as healthcare is different from other businesses,
right?
How do you ensure you get the right team? There are people that come to your team with the spirit of I want to be here. Whether there are other people that come to your team because month end is coming, I need to make money. So how do you pick the right people for your team, and how do you keep them motivated as well in the job?
First of all, I think one of my biggest flexes is that I am blessed with people. I am blessed with I couldn't have asked for a better team. I am blessed with the best hands, the best people, right? So that is not a struggle for me. I understand what your question is driving at, because where we are now in Nigeria specifically, with brain drain, with the poor quality of education, with the abysmal level of graduates that we're churning out from our universities, from our educational system every year, the quality of workforce continues to deplete, right? So as much as we talk about we have an unemployment problem, I beg to differ and say that we have a bigger unemployability problem, because the level of workforce is so poor out there. And I know this, and I can speak to this authoritatively, because I have been doing recruitment for, since I went into business, because again, I had to somehow pivot and keep the lights on, basically. And, that was a skill that I had, because when I was a manager in the HMOs I had worked in, I used to sit in on a lot of recruitments. And so somehow I just fell into recruitment. And with my other company, Regal Business Hub, that's one of our major service offerings, recruitment. And so I know the level of thoroughness that goes into it, and frustration, the level of unskilled workforce is really crazy. But somehow, I don't know if that's what they call grace, HIGC and my other endeavors, we've just somehow been blessed to have the best hands and the best people. So I can't relate. Yeah.
Oh, that's good. And as a female founder in the healthcare business field, definitely there are a lot of distractions. People tend to say it like it's mailing for the other gender. What principles have guided you through these businesses? What principles have you held so strong that have helped you get to where you are now?
Thank you for that question. You know what? We can't deny that we're living in a patriarchal, right, society. And it cuts across pretty much every single sector that you can think about, maybe with the exception of beauty, the beauty sector, maybe, at least in Nigeria, right? But I also recognize that in recent years, there's been a lot more opportunities for women, with the advocacy for equity and equality. There a lot more opportunities for women. For me, I don't know if you can't tell, I have coconut head, right? So there's very little that you can do to bring me down, or I'm a very self-aware person. And so I know that just being a woman in business, talk less of a woman in the business of healthcare, right? I already know that I have to show up 10,000 times better than I will show up on my best day. Just to be taken seriously. Just for you to know that I actually know what I'm talking about. I actually know my onions. I'm not here to waste your time. I am the best person for the job. If you give me this, I will see it to a logical conclusion. When you walk into my office, you see it's boldly written, excellence is not a goal, it's our standard. And so in everything that we do, we embody excellence. Excellence is our bread and butter. It's our morning, it's our afternoon, it's our night. It's what we live by, it's what we swear. And every single person that works at HIGC embodies that level of excellence. And so I think just having that culture and mindset of excellence has helped me to stand out in business as a woman and be able to navigate that, quite that tough business terrain. So yeah, we take it on the chin. Of course, they're misogynistic clients that you meet. There are things that happen, right? But I don't dwell on them. I have a goal, and my goal is to get the job done. And whatever happens along the way, we take it on the chin and we move on. We move. That's my favorite slogan, by the way.
Yeah, we move.
Yeah.
Yeah. Earlier you talked about when you started, mentorship was very important. And we have a lot of startups looking forward to dive right into this niche of healthcare business, but they don't know how to, get mentors from and all that. What advice would you give to startups looking forward to coming into this brand regarding mentorship, how they can get their hands on good mentors that can pull them through?
Listen, first of all, I have the saying, it's not an original saying by any means, but it's one that I live by very intentionally, and it is your network is your net worth. Networking is, oh my God, networking has done me a world of great things. Where HIGC is today is largely a product of networking, intentional networking. And so networking affords you information access. Networking affords you the opportunity to meet the right people that can point you in the right direction. And when I say networking, I don't mean you're going for you go for a conference, you accumulate business cards and you allow them to gather dust and then you never follow up. No, intentional networking. Mentorship for me is something that I'm so passionate about, largely because early on when I went into business, I didn't have mentors from the start. I didn't have mentors from the start. I didn't have mentors to hold my hand. Didn't have mentors to guide me on things that I should do, things that I shouldn't do. I didn't have mentors to guide me on realistic expectations, and so I had so many unrealistic expectations. And along the way, I made some costly mistakes, right? I mean, I'm glad that it didn't end us, but it would have been great to have a mentor tell me, do it this way, do it that way, right? So mentorship cannot be overemphasized. And I think that the best way for you as a young healthcare entrepreneur or budding healthcare entrepreneur is to identify conferences or programs or events where you would meet people of like minds, where you would meet leaders in the industry, right? Research, go on LinkedIn, search, like, are there organizations that are doing things that you want to do? And mentorship should be a symbiotic relationship. Don't come into a mentor-mentee relationship with a parasitic mindset that it's only you that anywhere you are, and in every relationship, always think about how you can add value as well, and be ready to serve and work without even getting paid. Be ready to be ready to volunteer, because that's how you learn. Be ready to volunteer. Think about delayed gratification. Don't think about what you can get now. So those are some of the things that I would advise. Grow your network, and from that you get the information and access to the people that you want to mentor you.
That's a good one. Thank you. Moving on to my next question for you. You've been so amazing on set with me.
Thank you.
Yeah. What
Business Day TV News Update brought to you live from our studio here in Lagos, Nigeria. Coming up, petrol price could have hit 1,500 naira without Dangote refinery, marketers say. Nigeria Afreximbank signed AITF 2027 hosting deal target over $50 billion in transactions. Parallels ex-bank meets Syrian's capital rule as deadline nears. Domestic refining can't stop fuel price volatility, CPPE. Thank you for joining us this afternoon. My name is Norma Obona. Oil marketers in Nigeria say petrol could have reached 1,500 naira per litre without improved domestic refining, particularly the Dangote refinery. In Lagos, over the weekend, prices rose above 1,000 naira from an earlier average of 939, with marketers warning that we may hit 1,200 amid Middle East tensions, rising crude prices, exchange rate pressures, and logistics costs. Independent Petroleum Marketers Association of Nigeria spokesperson Chinedu Ukadike says deregulation means prices reflect global crude, noting oil has surged nearly 50% and import dependence would worsen shortages. The Nigerian Midstream and Downstream Petroleum Regulatory Authority, says fluctuations reflect market forces as Brent trade above $100 and some Lagos stations temporarily halted sales. And now moving on from that story, Nigeria on Monday signed the hosting rights agreement with African Export-Import Bank after the 2027 edition of the Intra-African Trade Fair voting, with the event expected to generate more than $50 billion in trade and investment deals. The fair is scheduled to hold in Lagos in November 2027. And speaking at the signing ceremony, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, represented by Nigeria's Minister of Industry, Trade and Investment, Jumoke Oduwole, says previous editions of the trade fair have generated over $167 billion in transactions across Africa. Tinubu also highlighted the role of the country's creative economy, which he said contributed about $25 billion to Nigeria's GDP in 2025 and is targeted to grow to $100 billion while creating at least 2 million jobs by 2030. President of Aquarism Bank, George Elumbi, also said the 2027 fair is expected to deepen trade across the continent and create new opportunities for businesses and investors. And still on, Parallel X Bank Limited has completed the recapitalization requirements set by the Central Bank of Nigeria, surpassing the 50 billion naira minimum capital threshold for regional commercial banks. The development positions the bank among financial institutions that have compiled with the Apex Bank's directive aimed at strengthening the capital base of deposit money banks, improving financial system stability, and enhancing the sector's capacity to support economic growth. Managing Director Olufemi Bakare said the milestone reflects the bank's commitment to sustain excellence and strategic growth. He noted that the strengthened capital base would enable Parallel X Bank to expand its lending capacity, deepen financial inclusion, and deliver more innovative financial solutions to customers. Bakare also commended the bank's board of directors and all the stakeholders for their support and strategic guidance, noting that strong governance and disciplined capital planning were key to maintaining the recapitalization requirements within the stipulated time frame. And coming up, domestic refining cannot stop fuel price volatility, CPP. There's and more after the short break.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Information is everywhere, but insights, that is rare. Business Day Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. Business Day Premium. Read deep.
Nigeria's domestic refining cannot fully shield the country from global oil price volatility, but it remains critical for improving supply stability, conserving foreign exchange, and strengthening energy security, according to the Center of Promotion of Private Enterprise. The group's chief executive officer, Muda Yusuf, said recent changes in domestic fuel prices were largely driven by developments into global energy markets, particularly rising crude oil prices triggered by geopolitical tensions in the Middle East. Yusuf noted that domestic refineries still purchase crude oil using international benchmark prices, usually dominated in US dollars, meaning local refining does not automatically translate into significantly cheaper fuel. Beyond cost prices,
Yusuf added that expanding refining capacity could also support exports of refined petroleum products and supply feedstock for industries, strengthening Nigeria's industrial ecosystem. And away from that story, the British American Tobacco Nigerian Foundation has supported women poultry farmers with disabilities in Edo State, Nigeria. Working with the Edo State Ministry of Livestock Development, the foundation distributed 210-week-old Noila birds, 200 bags of feed, and 200 multivitamins to 50 beneficiaries. General Manager Oludare Odusonya said the program implemented by the ECO-led Imperial Engineering and Global Resources Limited aims to strengthen sustainable poultry farming, rural livelihoods, and food security. State Commissioner Ignatius Omorodion praised the initiative, noting partnerships with the World Bank and others, while disability group Joan PWD urged beneficiaries to use the support to build independent incomes. And now still on, Nigeria's Aviation Minister Festus Keyamo says the federal government has suspended the $300 helicopter landing fee charged to oil companies. The decision was announced in Abuja after talks with the petroleum sector led by Oil Minister Henneken Lokpobori and regulators including the Nigerian Upstream Petroleum Regulatory Commission. Industry representatives warned that enforcing the fee for helicopters serving oil fields, rigs, platforms, terminals and FPSOs and helicopters could disrupt critical petroleum operations. Keyamo ordered a 2-month suspension while an inter-ministerial committee from aviation and petroleum reviews the policy and proposes a workable framework for all stakeholders. And now to end the local news, TikTok says it will invest $200,000 in artificial intelligence and media literacy programs across sub-Saharan Africa, including Nigeria. The announcement came on Tuesday at the 3rd Sub-Saharan Africa Safer Internet Summit in Nairobi, Kenya, where governments, regulators, technology firms, and civil society groups discussed online safety. Tokunbo Ibrahim, TikTok's head of government relations and public policy for the region, says the initiative will fund organizations tackling misinformation, including Africa Check and the Center of Journalism, Innovation and Development's Dubawa platform operating in Nigeria. TikTok says more than 100 million videos are uploaded daily and 14 million were removed regionally in 2025. And coming up, Benin Republic sees early interest from Nigerian manufacturers
Entrepreneurship is for everybody, but not everybody is for entrepreneurship.
They are the dreamers.
I remember it was like 3 a.m. by 21st of December 2021.
The disruptors.
Luxury is not affordable, let's be real.
The doers.
BusinessDay Academy has trained over 3,000 event professionals.
In a place where the odds don't play fair, they play harder.
I would like my business to be remembered as one of the homegrown organizations that has helped with shaping the narrative of this continent positively.
From first-time founders to industry giants, this is where serious business meets unexpected terms.
I could stay up hours of the night just watching like things about space.
Welcome to Entrepreneurs Lounge with Norma, where we unravel the buzz and glamorous headshots to bring you the untold.
When I went for youth service, where I was sent to, instead of me to go to work, I went to go and learn how to sew.
Raw.
I'm blown away by the challenges they're facing.
And real stories of Nigeria's fearless young entrepreneurs.
And it not only
Yes. Watch Entrepreneurs Lounge with Norma every Tuesday on BusinessDay television.
Welcome back. We now head to Africa. The Agency for the Promotion of Investments and Exports, APEX, says Nigerian manufacturers have begun making inquiries about investing in Benin Republic, barely a month after the country launched an investment campaign in Nigeria offering tax breaks and simplified company registration procedures. Chief Executive Officer of APEX, Eric Akute, said discussions with potential investors have started following investment pitches at the Benin Nigeria Business Forum as the initiative offered incentives, including exemptions from the corporate income tax, value-added tax, and customs duties for up to 17 years under Benin's investment code. A key attraction is an industrial zone located about 9 kilometers from the Nigerian border, where officials say would allow manufacturers to produce goods close to their primary market while avoiding some operational bottlenecks associated with doing business in Nigeria. APEX is also working with the Nigerian Investment Promotion Commission to deepen investment ties following a memorandum of understanding signed earlier this year. And still in Africa, South Africa's economy grew by 0.4% in the fourth quarter of 2025 on a quarter-on-quarter seasonally adjusted basis, according to data released yesterday by Statistics South Africa. The figure was slightly higher than the 0.3% growth forecast in Reuters' poll of economists. On a year-on-year basis, Africa's most industrialized economy expanded by 0.8% in the fourth quarter, falling short of the 1.8% growth expected by analysts. The weaker annual performance reflects persistent structural constraints and subdued economic activity. Overall, economic growth for 2025 stood at 1.1% below projections by both the South African Reserve Bank, which had forecasted 1.3%, and National Treasury of South Africa, which expected 1.4%. The country's coalition government is seeking to accelerate economic expansion after growth averaged below 1% annually over the past decade. And now onto the foreign scene. Oil prices fell sharply earlier today after U.S. President Donald Trump said the war with Iran could end very soon, easing fears of prolonged supply disruptions. The crude has surged $120 per barrel Monday on conflict fears about dropped to 90 on Tuesday, with Brent previously 84 before settling on 90.21. Speaking in Florida, Trump says the war was pretty much complete, but warned Iran not to block the Strait of Hormuz, vital to oil shipping. The Revolutionary Guard said Iran would stop regional oil exports while gas for months ahead delivery fell to 123%. And also, prestige hair care brand Olaplex debuted on the Nasdaq Composite in late 2021, opening at $25 a share and peaking to $29.41 in January 2022 during a wider IPO boom. The company's stock has since plunged nearly 95%, now trading below $1.50, while the S&P 500 has risen more than 50%. Demand weakened in 2022 and a 2023 lawsuit accusing Olaplex of harmful ingredients, including Lilau, triggered by social media backlash, though the case has later been dismissed. Chief Executive Officer Amanda Baldwin says new products and improving brand perception could revive sales despite rising competition and cautious analyst outlook. And coming up, the sports news will be brought to you after this break.
Entrepreneurship is for everybody, but not everybody is for entrepreneurship.
They are the dreamers.
I remember it was like 3 a.m. by 21st of December 2021.
The disruptors.
Luxury is not affordable, let's be real.
The doers.
BusinessDay Academy has trained over 3,000 event professionals.
In a place where the odds don't play fair, they play harder.
I would like my business to be remembered as one of the homegrown organizations that has helped with shaping the narrative of this continent positively.
From first-time founders to industry giants, this is where serious business meets unexpected turns.
I could stay up hours of the night just watching like things about space.
Welcome to Entrepreneurs Lounge with Norma, where we unravel the buzz and glamorous headshots to bring you the untold.
When I went for youth service, where I was sent to, instead of me to go to work, I went to go and learn how to sew.
Raw.
I'm blown away by the challenges they're facing.
And real stories of Nigeria's fearless young entrepreneurs.
And not only yes.
Watch Entrepreneurs Lounge with Norma every Tuesday on BusinessDay television.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
And now onto the sports scene. Super Eagles have mourned the death of former national team coach Festus Adeboyega Onigbinde, who led Nigeria to the 2002 FIFA World Cup in Japan and South Korea. Onigbinde, who turned 88 on March 5th, died on Monday, according to a family statement signed by Bolade Adesuye. In a statement posted on X on Tuesday, the Super Eagles also paid tribute to the former national team manager, as the family described the late coach as a respected football figure and community leader, praying that his soul would rest in peace. The team commiserated with the family of the former coach following his passing, saying he was a respected leader and a true servant of Nigerian football. He also first managed Nigeria's national team, then known as the Green Eagles, between 1982 and 1984, guiding the side to the final of the 1984 Africa Cup of Nations, where they lost 3-1 to Cameroon national football team. And now to end the news, Rodri of Manchester City has been fined €80,000 by the Football Association over comments he made about the referee after City's 2-2 draw with Tottenham Hotspur last month. The Spain international criticized referee Robert Jones during a post-match interview following the 1st of February Premier League clash, suggesting the official had not been neutral. The remarks came after a controversial goal by Tottenham Hotspur striker Dominic Solanke, which City players believed should have been ruled out after a challenge involving defender Mark Guehi. The FA charged Rodri with acting in an improper manner during a media interview, saying his comments implied bias and questioned the integrity of match officials. Rodri admitted the charge and later said his remarks were made in frustration and were not intended to question the integrity of referees. An independent regulatory commission ruled that a financial penalty was appropriate and decided not to impose a sporting suspension, concluding that an €80,000 fine was a sufficient sanction. And this is the much we have for you on Business News Update. We'll be back in a moment for more stories. Do stay with us. Thank you so much for tuning in today for Business News Update on Business Day Television. Do stay with us. My name is Norma Obona. Many thanks for watching.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by BusinessDay television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Balata.
I am Destiny Momo. My name is Elizabeth Musef.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shade of doubt.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by BusinessDay television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Balata.
I am Destiny Momo. My name is Elizabeth Musef.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shade of doubt.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by BusinessDay television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Balata.
I am Destiny Momo. My name is Elizabeth Musef.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shade of doubt.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by BusinessDay television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Balata.
I am Destiny Momo. My name is Elizabeth Musef.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shade of doubt.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by BusinessDay television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Balata.
I am Destiny Momo. My name is Elizabeth Musef.
when you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shade of doubt.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by BusinessDay Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insights into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine.
I am Destiny Momo. My name is Elizabeth Moses.
Good afternoon once again, and you're welcome to Behind the Headline, where we in Nigeria. Retail fuel station owners warn that pump prices could climb as high as 2,000 naira per litre if current market pressures persist. Now, the development comes as Dangote Petroleum Refinery approves about 20 marketers for fuel loading, a move expected to actually widen distribution, but which is yet to significantly ease price concerns. Now, for businesses and households already grappling with high living costs, the big question is whether Nigeria is heading for another inflation spike driven by energy prices. You're very welcome to Behind the Headlines, Depola Dende.
Yeah, hi, good to be here once again.
Thanks for always answering that call when we call you unexpectedly.
Thanks
Thanks like now. Right, fuel retailers are warning the petrol prices could rise to 2,000 naira per litre. Now, this is absurd, if you ask me. So, what factors do you think are driving this projection, and how realistic is this scenario put together?
Yeah, thanks once again. So, the assumption of petrol eating 2,000. So, how realistic is this assumption? So, on a scale of 1 to 10, we would say 8. Much more visible. Why? Because as far as the war between US and Iran continues to linger, there's a probability that this rising international crude oil prices will continue. So let's not forget that the factors driving the local prices are the fact that the international price for crude oil is going up in the international markets. And so why is it going up? Again, because the normal laws of economics says when supply is more than demand, prices tends to fall. When demand is higher than supply, prices tend to rise. So what we are seeing now is supply is being curtailed because a lot of countries can't move crude oil across international waters as a result of this development between these two countries. So we have an excess of about 20 million barrels of crude oil that are currently stranded along the Mediterranean Sea because they can't move from one point of need to another point of need. So because of that, those vessels that are stranded, we have few products that are in the market, and so because the products are few, prices are going up. So how likely will these prices continue? Well, so there was a press conference by Donald Trump yesterday where he said that he's ready to continue with the war, as far as he's waiting. First of all, he's not satisfied with the current president of Iran, with the supreme leader in Iran, and then he's willing to go the extra mile to make sure that things go to his terms. And Iran, on the other hand, are ready to bomb as many US installations in other countries. So America is fighting Iran. Iran knows it can't fight America. So rather than fight America, Iran is fighting everybody that has Iran installation inside them. So more or less like trying to put pressure on America through other countries. So I mean, even if the war ends today, the effects of this development is going to take a toll on global inflation and then of course local inflation. So even if the war ends today, prices will still continually go up. But now the war is not even ending today.
Yeah.
It's not even sure it's ending this week. So we are in for a long run this
Well,
week.
this is very scary, trust me. It is very scary. Now, bringing it down home, right? We claim to be an oil-producing country. Like, we have this resource, you know, as an advantage to us. Why are we suffering? Is it because of NNPC? What's happening? Why are they not, you know, giving this thing to Dangote to actually refine and sell to we the locals so it can be cheaper for us? What's going on?
Okay, so concerning the issue of pricing, so first of all, crude oil is determined by international crude oil price. The prices of local products is determined by international. All these things are priced in dollars, really. So they are not. So what should we be doing, right? So what we should be doing is, first of all, expect that crude oil will not go above $100 per barrel. And then also expect that, look, what's the government doing in terms of making sure that Dangote refinery is having enough feedstock for it to operate optimally. Because let's not forget that Dangote is getting about 40% of his crude from Nigeria. And then about 60% is still having to import. So that cost of importation, of course, is passing it down to the retailers for you and I. So which is why petrol price is currently trading around 1,003, in some locations 1,004. Depending on the area you are in, either Lagos or Nigeria. So the point is, we don't have enough feedstock for local refineries. There are no other local refineries apart from Dangote. So imagine there is an internal competition where we have an NPC refineries that are working, and then Dangote. So both of them can compete in terms of price. But now what we have is a situation of a monopoly, who is basically controlling the market, and he would always use his monopolistic tendencies to control price. So that's where we are now, and we can only hope, again, in other countries as well, the government is introducing what they call subventions, or putting structures in place to just help its citizens adjust to this shock as a result of rising energy prices. But again, in Nigeria, we usually don't have reserve. We don't save for rainy days, so we just make our money and then we spend everything, and then
now this is not good enough. Okay, the very last question I have for you today, because of time, states here that what policy measures should the government actually consider right now to actually cushion the impact of rising fuel prices on businesses and households put together?
Well, okay, so the first thing is there were a lot of conversations that were held about subsidy removal. When subsidy was removed in 2023, the government said, oh, all these savings from subsidy will be used to invest in quality healthcare, provide schools, provide comfortable environments. Now all of those talks is nowhere. There's also talk about CNG. All of that noise seems to have drowned down or now in obscurity or something. So the governments have not done enough in terms of adjusting when prices were normal. So now that prices are normal, you would expect that the government will probably set up a committee or set up a DEX or a task force to look into how do you caution this effect? Do you need to provide subsidies for farmers who are moving goods from, because again, one of the major drivers of food inflation is energy costs. If your energy cost is going up, all the basic food items that you buy, because all of these things requires energy, so all your tomatoes, all your oranges, all your basic household items would also start seeing increasing costs because of rising prices, because of these rising costs. So what the government used to do is there a place you can meet the people in terms of meeting the farmers and saying, look, we'll take care of these energy costs, or meeting the manufacturers and saying, we'll provide this for you if you can promise to reduce prices in certain amounts of things. So that's the kind of conversation you would expect the government to have, because at the end of the day, the people who are vulnerable the most are basically the poor, right? Again, so who are these people who are classified as poor? Those are people who cannot live below $1 per day. So all of these people are very, very much exposed. There's a possibility that people would even slip further into poverty. So what the government used to do is put structures in place to make sure that you can meet the people at the point of their needs, find a way to subsidize things that are essential. So things like household food items, things like bread, egg, or proteins, or things that are basically common for everyone. And then you are basically trying to just to take care of that burden. And then of course you expect the federal government to put a structure, an hybrid structure, where most civil servants don't have to be on the road on a daily basis, so that it could also save them energy costs. Different governments around the world have been creative around it. It's just about identifying the priorities for your people, and then what are those things that are of importance to them, which one can I bear for them, pending the time the situation reversed. So those are the things a lot of people will be expecting.
I want to thank you so much, Adipola Dende, for coming on board behind the headlines today and giving us this update, and also advising Nigerians on the way forward. Now, Dipo has just made it clear that it might linger for, one more week or even more. So who knows? So we should take advantage of this knowledge that we have now to either keep our cars at home, do the needful, just make it easy for us at this time. Thank you so much, Dipo, for this update that you've given us. Now, that's all we have today on Behind the Headlines. So join us same time tomorrow for yet another very insightful episode of Behind the Headlines. I am Destiny Momo. Good afternoon.
Information is everywhere, but insights, that is rare. Business Day Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. Business Day Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond. From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture. Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Morning.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
For many years, we've talked about the need to, essentially diversify our revenue stream away from, the huge dependence on oil revenues. It looks like that is happening now. So that means that we're better protected when, you have these wide fluctuations in oil prices and all of that. So it's
as you say, and I agree, that we should commend the government. At least revenues are not falling. There have been times in the past when we recorded drops in revenue. That's not the case today. We're seeing revenues actually going up.
Increasingly, we can see the developed countries focusing on renewable energy and so on and so forth, which means that the long run, we must look for alternative sources to funding.
So, the government says that crude oil theft has essentially come to an end.
We need to do more to ensure that we totally eliminate crude oil theft and start to think of how to boost production. But it's a good first step. I mean, by eliminating crude oil theft, it also creates an incentive for international oil companies to probably return and start to take up more projects in the upstream industries.
Stay ahead with Business Day Mobile, your gateway to Nigeria's most trusted business news, market insights, and expert analysis. With a Business Day Mobile app, you enjoy more than just news. You gain a seamless, intuitive platform designed to keep you informed and empowered. From exclusive articles to in-depth market trends, the app delivers the stories that matter most. Why Business Day Mobile? For premium access, for a clean, responsive design, for a smarter navigation, for customizable alerts, and for all-in-one business hub. Whether you're a business leader, investor, policymaker, or enthusiast, Business Day Mobile brings you closer to the insights shaping Nigeria's business landscape. Download today and put authoritative business journalism right at your fingertips, anytime, anywhere.
Information is everywhere, but insights, that is rare. Business Day Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. Business Day Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity.